Chapter 32:17. The appearance of Sword 18th had piqued everyone's interest. Wasn't it fun to challenge the Crown Prince? Of course, most of them wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and how he would be defeated by the Crown Prince. I'll give you a chance, Sword 18th. Join the Sword Dynasty. That way, you and your daughter can be reunited. Otherwise, you should know what my royal uncle is capable of. Your daughter, Jian Luoying, is in his hands and will be begging for death. Heh. Don't expect Ling Xiao to come save you. Even if he does, he's not a match for me. Dugu Xingjian's words were filled with mockery. He loved to see people angry and in pain. It gave him a lot of pleasure. He was already pissed off at Ling Xiao, and now he wanted to start with Sword 18th. After all, Sword 18th was Ling Xiao's master. However, Sword 18th's expression wasn't as unsightly as Dugu Xingjian had expected. Of course, Sword 18th knew exactly what Dugu Xingjian was talking about. Join the Sword Dynasty? Was that even possible? Compromising with the enemy would only result in one becoming neither a human nor a ghost. His eldest brother, Jian Dragonslayer, was a perfect example of that. Since he had already expected this, how could he lose control of his emotions because of this? Don't tell me you're all talk, Dugu Xingjian? Sword 18th chuckled coldly, unleashing the true energy of a 3rd Division life-sizer. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions. Oh? 3rd Division life-sizer? You're actually stronger than that piece of trash Lan Mei Devil. But is that going to work? Dugu Xingjian said disdainfully. I'm not done yet, Sword 18th said. There are some things I never planned to use. But for my daughter I have to. Sword 18th waved his hand and a pitch-black pill appeared in his hand. The pill emitted a very unpleasant aura, like that of a fiend. A wretch devil possession pill. I can't believe you have something like that. Dugu Xingjian frowned, then chuckled coldly. If you use the wretch devil possession pill, you'll be 10 times as strong as before. But I'm afraid that the price is also huge. As far as I know, this medicine is extremely poisonous. After using it, one's body would be corroded by lethal poison. Even though one wouldn't die, one's cultivation would plummet, and one's body would be paralyzed. In order to save your daughter, you really went all out. But is it worth it? Sword 18th didn't say anything as the wretch devil possession pill entered his body. His skin was gradually turning black. Strange black runes appeared in his eyes. Ugly tattoos also appeared on his face. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. But at the same time, his aura also increased tenfold, becoming even more powerful. The effect of this pill was very similar to Ling Xiao's bloody rat demon. Although it wasn't as crazy as the bloody rat demon, the side effects seemed to be even greater and more serious. As long as I can kill you, so what if I, the 18th sword, become a real demon? For the sake of his daughter, he had no choice but to fight. He didn't know if Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong could leave Sword God City alive. Right now, he was the only one who could save his daughter. With that, he did not waste any time. With a flick of his sword, he launched an attack. The wretch devil possession pill only lasted for a limited amount of time, and he couldn't afford to waste it. After all, he had no idea when the side effects of the pill would cause him to collapse. He held nothing back. Sword 18th sword was using nearly 100% of his power. He had already cut off all means of retreat, and had no way out. Unless he died, he wouldn't back down. Sword 18th sword was already incredibly strong, and now that he was 10 times as strong, he was almost as strong as a 4th Division life-sizer. He blurred into motion, like a ghost or a devil. The onlookers couldn't even tell if he was real or not. What terrifying speed! Since he dared to challenge His Highness the Crown Prince, he's not completely hopeless. I can't even follow him with my eyes. He's so fast. Not even Devil Paragon Lan Mei Devil can compare to him. Everyone was stupefied. The 18th sword had given them too much of a surprise. Moments ago, they had assumed that Sword 18th sword wouldn't be a match for His Highness the Crown Prince. But now, It seemed that even the Crown Prince wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. Sword of Gravity! 100,000 times gravity! Sword 18th Sword unleashed a martial soul attack as he closed in on Dugu Xingjian. His martial soul was the same as Sword Sakura's, a martial soul of gravity. Instantly, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the ground, causing streams of black energy to swirl around him. Even the ground beneath him began to sink in. Meanwhile, Dugu Xingjian was falling toward the ground. So, that's your martial soul, huh? Yang Qi said. That said, a person's strength isn't determined by their martial soul. As Dugu Xingjian fell, a cold smile could be seen on his face. A sword martial soul appeared behind him. Then, a sword appeared in his hand. He waved it toward the ground. As the sword energy passed through it, it was as if the gravitational force had been severed, making it completely ineffective against Dugu Xingjian. It doesn't matter how you struggle, Sword 18th, Dugu Xingjian said. It's useless. Let me show you what a true sword god looks like. Now that he was free of the gravitational force, Dugu Xingjian poured his true energy into his sword. Then he stabbed it out. Monarch Hegemon's sword, sword cleaves Xuanwu Prefecture. As soon as the sword stabbed out, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The ground shook continuously. Xiaoyao King's rainbow jade horse was frightened out of its wits and was quickly stored in his beast ring. The cracks on the ground continued to extend as the sword energy soared through the air. The trees on both sides of the road were swept into the sword energy and completely crushed. Boom! Sword 18th swung his sword and blocked Dugu Xingjian's sword energy. However, in that instant, Sword 18th, who had been closing in on Dugu Xingjian, was pushed back several hundred meters. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a very bad situation. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he couldn't get close to Dugu Xingjian. Dugu Xingjian was clearly toying with him. Damn it! Is the gap between us really that big? I can't even get close to him after using the demonic possession pill. Sword 18th's arm was still trembling violently. Dugu Xingjian's attack was too powerful. Whether it was the power or the accuracy, it was breathtaking. The people in the bridal procession burst into cheers. The onlookers also shouted excitedly. They were all fans of Dugu Xingjian, the Crown Prince. When they saw Dugu Xingjian push back the demonic Sword 18th, they were naturally excited. Did you see that? That's the Crown Prince's strength. Who in the world can be his match? That's right. It seems that the rumors are false. Everyone said that the Crown Prince lost to a guy called Ling Xiao. It's probably just a rumor. Chapter 32:18. What bullshit, Ling Xiao? I don't know where this clown came from. He probably made up such rumors to raise his status. It's not like this hasn't happened before. In the end, the person who spread the rumors was killed in one move by His Highness the Crown Prince. He was of no help at all. Yes. Dugu Xingjian was naturally pleased to hear this discussion. So much so that even he himself felt that his defeat to Ling Xiao was completely fake. He's no match for Ling Xiao, right? Empress Lan looked at Lan Mimi. It has nothing to do with us. Whether it's Ling Xiao or Dugu Xingjian, they must die. The demonic dragon golem has already accumulated 99% of its energy. Furthermore, during these 100 years, I have already turned the demonic dragon puppet into my own possession. Even if Dugu Xingjian is reborn, he won't be able to take it away. With the demonic dragon golem, Dugu Xingjian, Ling Xiao, and even Dugu Beijian won't be my match. Lan Mimi's eyes flickered with madness. Giving the demonic dragon golem to Dugu Xingjian was only a temporary measure. She wasn't stupid enough to follow him to Sword God's city. Once she got there, she would have nothing left. At this moment, Sword Sakura, who was hidden somewhere, could clearly see the battle situation in the distance. Looking at her father's current state, which was neither a human nor a ghost, she was very sad. She cried bitterly. Her father was willing to turn into a demon for her, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even send a message to him. No one would have expected her to be in this place. Even she herself did not expect that she would be trapped here. Although she could see what was happening outside, she couldn't transmit her voice. Father! Let's go! It's useless, they've already planned everything. It's useless no matter who comes. She kept screaming, but it was still useless. At the same time, Lan Yu's brows were tightly knitted. After searching for a long time, she couldn't detect any trace of Sword Sakura's aura. This didn't make sense. Could it be that Sword Sakura wasn't in the team at all? Capture someone and interrogate them. Lan Yu finally decided to take action. She couldn't wait any longer. On the other side, Sword 18 attacked 7 or 8 times and was repelled 7 or 8 times. Jian 18 was putting his life on the line, but Dugu Xingjian was clearly toying with him. It was to make him completely paralyzed under the effects of the demonic possession pill. Boom! Once again, Sword 18 was knocked back several hundred meters. Blood was even dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, he still did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. As long as the effects of the pill were not completely gone, he would have to continue attacking. No matter what, he could not give up. After all, his daughter had not been rescued yet. Ah! Dugu Xingjian couldn't help but yawn. How boring! You keep saying you want to save your daughter, but you can't even cross a few hundred meters. TSK, looks like the effects of your medicinal pills seem to be continuously declining. Dugu Xingjian mocked and mocked. As expected, the gap is still too big. It's useless even if I make a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Lan Mimi secretly shook her head. She was glad that her plan was right. She had placed her hopes on the demonic dragon puppet instead of increasing her cultivation. Otherwise, even if she had made a breakthrough like Sword 18, it would have been pointless. At this moment, she suddenly felt a murderous intent. Just as she was about to do something, she realized that a sharp sword was already pressed against her back. Don't move. Don't shout. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you. Of course, the person holding Lan Mimi hostage was none other than Falling Moon. Since she couldn't find Jian Sakura, she had no choice but to take the risk. Off to the side, Empress Lan Meichen noticed what was happening, but didn't dare to say a word. After all, she knew that doing so would get her mother killed. What are you doing? Lan Mimi asked. Simple. Tell me where Jian Sakura is, Falling Moon said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Meichen laughed. Why did you have to resort to this? Jian Sakura is in the bridal procession. Don't bullshit me. I don't have time to waste on you. One more word of bullshit, and I'll kill you. Yen Yu's sword was sent forward. Lan Meimo's body had already been pierced open. As a 3rd Division life-sizer, Falling Moon was much stronger than Lan Mimi, who was in the 2nd Division. Naturally, she had her reasons for holding Lan Mimi hostage. If I tell you, you won't kill me? Lan Mimi mocked. Suddenly, she moved. At the same time, Falling Moon's sword stabbed into Lan Mimi's heart. Aie! A blood-curdling scream rang out. It wasn't Lan Mimi's, but rather a martial artist from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Lan Mimi's heart was pierced, but she didn't seem affected at all. Puppet substitution! Falling Moon frowned. I didn't think you'd get your hands on a puppet substitution. Jian Filong really treats you well. Don't mention that old bastard in front of me. He only gave me the secret manual on puppet substitution, but didn't teach me how to use it. I spent over 100 years cultivating it, and only recently succeeded. Most people only have 1 life, but I have 9. Do you really think you can kill all of them? Lan Mimi sneered. All I have to do is call out, and you'll be surrounded. You're just a sword sage, but the Crimson Jewel Guard and the Crown Princess have 5 sword sages. You're not a match for them. What exactly are you trying to do? Falling Moon asked, confused. If Lan Mimi wanted to call for help, she could have done so immediately. Simple. I want Dugu Xingjian dead, Lan Mimi said with a smile. I'll tell you the truth. Dugu Xingjian has Sword Sakura in his possession. If you can kill him, you'll be able to see it. Devil dragon puppet. Falling Moon said, shocked. Oh, what a clever woman. She's as smart as I am. You're right. Sword Sakura is trapped in the devil dragon puppet. After all, the blood of Sword 18th flows in her veins, and Sword 18th and Jian Fulong are brothers. Her blood is the only way to activate the devil dragon puppet. Smiling, Lan Mimi said, Why aren't you going to save her? If you don't, you won't have another chance. What a vicious woman. Falling Moon glared at Lan Mimi before disappearing into the darkness again. On the other side, the side effects of the demonic possession pill finally erupted. Sword 18th suddenly fell to the ground in the middle of his flight. Duga Xingjian laughed maniacally and walked toward him. What? Out of strength. You're really boring. I thought you could last for a while longer. His foot landed on Sword 18th's body, his eyes full of contempt and mockery. However, right at that moment, Sword 18 suddenly leaped into the air. His sword pierced through Duga Xingjian's body. Duga Xingjian hurriedly retreated in fright. His abdomen was already bleeding. Your Highness. Chapter 32:19. I'm going to kill you, you bastard! King Carefree roared. Sword 18th had faked an injury, and had stabbed Duga Xingjian with his sword. Howling with rage, he lunged forward. Stay your hand! The one who stopped Unfettered King was Duga Xingjian. He's mine, Uncle King! Duga Xingjian's face was as grim as could be. In a moment of carelessness, he had been injured by Sword 18th. It was a complete loss of face. Of course, the injury wasn't a big deal. Now that he was in the 4th division of the life-seizing level, his sage body was even stronger than before. At that moment, his wound was already healing. Soon, the bleeding would stop, and the wound would become smaller and smaller. What's the point of all this scheming, Sword 18th? Duga Xingjian said. In the end, it's all for naught. Duga Xingjian walked slowly towards Sword 18th, his face a mask of cold killing intent. You pissed me off, so I don't plan on letting you live. Now die. Although Sword 18th had been injured by the explosion, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. The wretched devil possession pill only lasted a bit more than 10 minutes. Now, it was almost time. Although there were no major side effects, his body was clearly getting weaker. So, it's still useless? I can't even protect my own daughter. I, Sword 18th, really am useless. Sword 18th threw his head back and sighed in agony. He had already gone all out. He had used the wretched devil possession pill, and had even faked an injury. But in the end, he had only managed to injure Duga Xingjian. The gap between them was too big. Whack! Duga Xingjian slapped Sword 18th across the face, sending him flying backward. If he had killed Sword 18th so easily, it would have been too boring. He wanted to torture him to death, right in front of Jian Luiying. Sword 18th crawled to his feet, blood oozing out of his mouth, but his eyes were as unyielding as ever. I'm useless, Luiying. I can't save you. But I won't admit defeat. Although he knew he was on the verge of death, he still glared at Duga Xingjian, and didn't even fling his sword away. Can you still stand up? You're quite tenacious. Unfortunately, your tenacity will only lead to a more terrifying end. Whack! Duga Xingjian sent Sword 18th flying again. At this time, even some of the onlooking warriors could not bear to watch. Let's just kill him. He's too pitiful. Humph, he was the one who wanted to challenge the Crown Prince. He deserves to be tortured. There were those who sympathized with Sword 18, but there were also those who disdained him. Many people liked this kind of scene very much. To them, it was a kind of enjoyment to see their idols take care of those who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Look, he's standing up again. Does that person have an immortal body? By this point, Sword 18th was covered in blood, and swaying back and forth. However, he didn't collapse. Relying on his tenacious will, he once again rose to his feet. Give me back my daughter, Sword 18 bellowed. If he wasn't even afraid of death, what was there to be afraid of? If you have the ability, then come and save me. Ha ha. Duge Xingjian's injuries had already healed. The recovery ability of a saint physique was not just for show. When he saw Sword 18's expression, he felt indescribably refreshed, and began to laugh maniacally. Father, don't stand up again. Don't. Jian Luing felt like her heart was about to shatter as she watched her father being struck down again and again, wounded again and again. She had lost her mother when she was young. It was her father who raised her painstakingly. Her father's kindness was greater than the heavens. She knew that her father didn't want to give up on saving her, but if this continued, her father would really die. Unfortunately, her voice could not reach Sword 18's ears no matter how hard she tried. Even if it did, would Sword 18 really give up? Of course not. Duge Xingjian, unless you kill me, I won't give up. I won't. My daughter, I must save her. Sword 18 roared and rushed toward Duge Xingjian. His body was already in tatters, and a large amount of blood flowed out along the way. Many people cried out in alarm. Are you crazy? Hurry up and die. Don't dirty the crown prince's clothes. That's right. There's something wrong with his head. He knows he's no match for Duge Xingjian, yet he insists on charging at him. Even if he wants to die, that's not the way to do it. How disgusting. Your Highness, kill him. Don't let me see someone like him again. He's such a piece of trash. Such voices rose and fell in the crowd. Although many people sympathized with Sword 18's situation, they were helpless. Duge Xingjian had even more die-hard fans. When Yen Yu, who was hiding in the dark, heard those words, her face darkened to the extreme. In her eyes, Sword 18 was a true hero. No one could insult his pride. As a result, many corpses suddenly appeared in the crowd. Those vicious words instantly quieted down. Some people were killed, while others were scared stiff. They knew that Sword 18 should have an accomplice, and that accomplice was very powerful. Inside the demonic dragon puppet, Jian Luiying was already sobbing hysterically. Her voice was about to go hoarse. She would rather die than see her father being tortured like this in order to save her. The warm scenes of the past flashed through her mind. However, the scene in front of her cruelly tore those scenes apart. No! I don't want you to die. Let me out. Let me out. Even though her voice was hoarse and she knew that no one outside could hear her, she still screamed with all her might. Only then could she seek a trace of peace. Let me tell you something good. Your daughter is inside the demonic dragon puppet in my storage ring. She could clearly see everything that was happening outside, including how you're being tortured and how you die. Isn't that interesting? Duge Xingjian looked at the swaying Sword 18 and didn't even try to dodge. He allowed the sword to stab into his body. Sword 18 didn't even have the strength to stab his sword into Duge Xingjian. Luiying. A trace of clarity appeared in Sword 18's blood-red eyes. Don't despair, Luiying. Even if your father is dead, Ling Xiao will come to save you. You must hold on and wait for him. Since he knew where his daughter was, there were some things he had to say. Ling Xiao? You're still thinking about him? How laughable. He's probably already been killed by my father and turned into an ice-cold corpse. Duge Xingjian frowned. He hated hearing Ling Xiao's name the most. Ling Xiao had become his true inner demon. No, he'll definitely come. He definitely will. He can do what you can't do, Duge Xingjian. You don't deserve to be called a genius, much less an expert. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. You don't have the courage to challenge anyone stronger than you, but my disciple Ling Xiao is different. Even if it's your father, he still dares to fight and can fight. You don't even have the right to clean his shoes. Chapter 32:20. Duge Xingjian, you're not even fit to clean my disciple Ling Xiao's shoes. You're nothing but a cowardly piece of trash. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Good, very good. I'll tear your mouth off first, and see if you can still speak. Duge Xingjian's gaze turned cold and sinister. He suddenly reached for Sword 18's mouth. At this moment, a cold sword light pierced out from the darkness. It was as bright as the moonlight in the dark night. Dugu Xingjian frowned and hastily retracted his hand. He could sense that the attack had the power to sever his arm. 9 defying falling moon! Dugu Xingjian saw the person who'd saved Sword 18. You shouldn't have intervened. Sword 18 smiled wryly. If I watch you die, Ling Xiao will blame me. Yan Yu smiled, her face also having a resolute expression. Jian Luoying was inside the demonic dragon puppet. If she couldn't kill Dugu Xingjian, she wouldn't be able to save Jian Luoying. Therefore, she decided to save Sword 18 instead. Although she knew she wasn't his match, she couldn't just watch him die. He was Ling Zhao's master. Both of you must die! Dugu Xingjian suddenly swung his sword. A terrifying beam of white light swept out. Falling Moon blocked with all her might, but the two were still blasted away. Falling to the ground, they spat out a mouthful of blood and paled. Run! Sword 18 pushed Falling Moon. It's no use. He's too strong. Even if we work together, we're no match for him. Run? Do you think you can? Dugu Xingjian arrived in front of the two in an instant, and stabbed both Falling Moon and Sword 18 at the same time. Blood flowed down the blade. Both of them had bitter smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Jian Luoying's heart trembled, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Ling Xiao, come here! Come here! She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to pray for Ling Xiao to appear. Only Ling Xiao could change all of this. At this moment, Dugu Xingjian was slowly pulling his sword out of the two people's bodies. As he did so, he twisted it. It hurts, doesn't it? I know I can't kill you with this strike, but it's fine. This is just the beginning. You've offended the authority of Heavenly Sword Hall, so you should suffer the cruelest punishment in this world. Not only will you die, but your families and relatives will all die as well. You won't be alone. Falling Moon and Sword 18 felt an incomparably terrifying pain in their bodies. But of their minds they didn't cry. Even if they were to die to Dugu Xingjian. Of their lives. Of their lives. Suddenly, a cold sneer of Moon of Yu's face. You think you have of SUs? Whereofs of the of this. Of the. Of Shings of Earth. Of the S if there is retribution in this world, my of the Dugu family would have long entered the 18 levels of hell. Unfortunately, in the entire Heavenly Sword dynasty, no one has the qualifications to contend with my of the Dugu family. Your sneer is but a struggle before death. Do you think I will be angry? I won't be angry with a dead person. Dugu Xingjian said he wasn't angry, but the sword hilt in his hand twisted fiercely. It's not that the time has not come. You said that no one can impose heavenly punishment on your of the Dugu family. Wrong. There is one person who can. Falling Moon said coldly. Who? Dugu Xingjian asked. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao again. Dugu Xingjian's brows furrowed. Who does he think he is? He merely beat me once by luck. No, he didn't even beat me at all. In that battle, it was actually him who fled first. Therefore, the victor was not decided. Who does he think he is? He is the true powerhouse. From his strength to his heart, he is incomparably powerful. If it were you, would you dare to enter the bloodthirsty sword mound to save your friends? If it were you, would you dare to barge into Sword God's city alone? Falling Moon said loudly. What a joke. That is merely the courage of an ignorant fool. It is not worthy of praise. Dugu Xingjian said disdainfully. Since the day the bloodthirsty sword mound was established, no one has ever been able to barge in and come out alive. As for you all, it was probably my imperial father who showed mercy and deliberately let you all come out to die. In Sword God City, no one has ever caused trouble there and still been able to walk out alive. No need to nag about your Ling Xiao. He is already dead. Is that so? Falling Moon said mockingly. Do you believe such words yourself? Don't forget, Ling Xiao is always an unexpected existence. So many people barged into the Ice Exalt's forbidden area, but in the end, only he obtained the Ice Exalt catalog. Could this be just a coincidence? You led 1,000,000 mighty troops to attack the Dragon Elephant tribe, but were defeated by him. Could this be just a coincidence? Duga Xingjian, a so-called proud son of heaven like you has only become arrogant because you have never encountered a true opponent. Today, it doesn't matter if Sword 18 and I die, but don't worry, you will soon go down to accompany us. And this time won't be too long. Even if he doesn't die, you all can forget about seeing him. Duga Xingjian's eyes became even colder. For some reason, when he heard Ling Xiao's name, he felt uncomfortable all over and even felt a trace of fear. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I originally wanted to play a little longer, but now my mood is suddenly bad. Since you all said that Ling Xiao will come, then I will cut off your heads and hang them on the flagpole of the bridal procession, waiting for him to come. Do you really think that I, Duga Xingjian, am afraid of that Ling Xiao? Simply laughable. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out his long sword and looked at the dark red blood on the blade. This sword only pierced through your abdomens. The next sword strike will chop off your heads. Are you ready? You don't need to scare us. We came here today with no intention of leaving alive. Sword 18 was already unable to speak, but Falling Moon could still speak. But you'd better remember that if we die, you won't be far from death either. Her eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This gaze made Duga Xingjian very uncomfortable. He was the crown prince, the dignified sword divine. What right did a mere person about to die have to look down on him? Your Highness, kill her. Kill that woman. She's the one who ambushed us just now. In the crowd, Duga Xingjian's diehard fans finally became active again. Those who still had a conscience slowly retreated and separated from the crowd. They didn't want to wallow in the mire with this group of lunatics. Did you hear the crowd's cries? Duga Xingjian mocked. You flaunt yourselves as righteous, but in the eyes of the majority, House Duga represents justice. You are all traitors and traitors that everyone has the right to punish. Chapter 32-21. Despair filled Jian Luoying's haggard face. As for Sword 18th and Falling Moon, they looked regretful. Although they weren't afraid of death, there was nothing they could do about it. In the end, there was nothing they could do. Sensing the terrifying sharpness of Duga Xingjian's sword, the two of them closed their eyes. Despair, helplessness, unwillingness. All sorts of emotions mixed together, creating a complex scene. Die! A roar came out of Duga Xingjian's mouth. The holy sword's blade was already about to cut Falling Moon's neck. Whoosh! Bam! In that moment of imminent peril, a beam of sword light shot out of nowhere, knocking Duga Xingjian's sword out of his hand. Who's there? Duga Xingjian cautiously picked up the sword and looked around. However, the sword light was so strange that no one could tell where it came from. He's here! Yet Falling Moon cried out excitedly. He's finally here! Sword 18's voice was hoarse, and although it wasn't clear, it was filled with excitement. Is that Ling Xiao? Jian Luoying stopped crying and stared blankly. She couldn't see anyone. No one can save you! Duga Xingjian roared, then slashed at Falling Moon and Sword 18th. However, this sword strike was once again blocked and sent flying. Don't you get it? He's here. Ling Xiao is here. Your end is here. Falling Moon looked coldly at Duga Xingjian, a gratified smile on her face. Although she and Sword 18th were both seriously injured, as long as they weren't dead, they would be fine. In terms of medical skills, there was no one in the Black Tortoise continent who could match up to Ling Xiao. Look over there! Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Off in the distance, two figures were speeding in their direction, so fast that it was almost impossible to see them. Duga Xingjian finally caught sight of the two figures. His expression flickered. Of the auras released by those two people, one was on par with him, while the other was much stronger. He felt as if he were on the same level as his father, the Emperor. How was this possible? How could the Sword Dynasty have such powerful martial artists? As far as he could remember, other than his father, no one else in the Sword Dynasty had ever reached the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. His face was incomparably gloomy, and even a little frightened. Could it be, as Falling Moon said, that his retribution had come? Could it be someone from the Ice Dynasty? The Ice Dynasty was one of the 9 supremes that bordered the Sword Dynasty. However, they were much stronger than the Sword Dynasty. However, this was the center of Sword Dynasty, and it would take at least a month to reach the border. Even a peak 4th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to get there in less than a month. Why did these people come to the Sword Dynasty? Could it be that he had seen through Imperial Father's plan? Or was it because of the ancient divine tombs? He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was one of the two. Although Ling Xiao was not weak, he was definitely not that strong. However, just as he was in a daze, the 2 black dots rapidly enlarged. Almost at the same time, they arrived in front of him. When he saw the young, handsome, and arrogant young man, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Xiao! How is this even possible? Dugu Xingjian was thrown into a state of complete confusion. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice his loss of composure. Instead, he strode towards Sword 18th and Falling Moon. Sorry I'm late. Ling Xiao looked at the wounds on Falling Moon and Sword 18th, and felt a bit guilty. If they hadn't wasted so much time in Sword God City, they wouldn't have ended up like this. No, you're not late, Falling Moon said. As long as we're alive, that's enough. Falling Moon smiled. Enough talking, Yang Qi said. Here's a healing pill. Take it. Ling Xiao produced a healing pill and gave it to Falling Moon and Sword 18th. However, it was at this point that King Carefree, who had no idea what was going on, did something incredibly stupid. Where did this brat come from? How dare he steal food from the tiger's mouth? He didn't even ask who Ling Xiao was. Instead, he leaped into the air and stabbed his sword toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look back. Instead, he stood with his back to King Carefree, almost as if he didn't see what was happening. That brat must be stupid. He actually dared to save someone that His Highness the Crown Prince wants to kill. He must be another reckless fool. He'll end up like that man and woman. However, before they could finish their words, a person was cleaved into 2 halves in the sky. It was King Carefree. This vicious man who had once defiled countless young girls finally received his retribution today. What killed him was only Ling Xiao's hand. A hand that was like a divine weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, the terrifying sword Qi tore King Carefree's body apart. King Carefree didn't even have time to scream before he was finished. What? The people who were making a racket all shut their mouths. They didn't expect that youth to be so powerful. Damn that Ling Xiao. He's getting stronger and stronger. Looks like it's absolutely impossible to defeat him without using the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi was incomparably furious. Every time she saw Ling Xiao, she would find that Ling Xiao was stronger than before. He was so strong that it made her despair. Mother, forget it. Let's not be enemies with that monster. He's too scary. Emperor Lan Meichen was also considered a genius in the past. However, after meeting Ling Xiao, he had been unlucky. He was also frightened by Ling Xiao's massacre in the Ice Supremacy's Forbidden Land. He still hadn't recovered from it. When he saw Ling Xiao, his body would involuntarily tremble. Trash! Lan Mimi sent Emperor Lan Meichen flying with a slap. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you too. After experiencing too much unhappiness, Lan Mimi's current state of mind was a little crazy. In the past, she was cruel to others. However, she was still very good to her children. However, it was different now. She had become even more perverted than before. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the situation here. Almost everyone was looking at Ling Xiao and that unfamiliar middle-aged man. Although Jian Fulong had been sealed for 200 years, other than his skin turning red, he hadn't aged. Therefore, he still looked like a middle-aged man. Is that really Ling Xiao? Could it be that he really destroyed the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb? And even escaped from Sword God's city? The wedding procession was all frightened by Ling Xiao. The moment he made a move, he easily killed the top Sword Saint level carefree king. This kind of strength, probably only a Sword God level expert could do it. What was going on? Jian Luoying, who was inside the demonic dragon puppet, looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Her originally tear-stained face finally bloomed with a smile. He's here. He really came. Although she hadn't seen Ling Xiao since Ling Xiao left the demonic dragon sword court. However, she had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's deeds in the outside world. Every time Ling Xiao performed a miracle, she would be greatly surprised and overjoyed. She didn't know when it started, but in her heart, Ling Xiao had become an omnipotent miracle child. After killing Carefree King, he gave the recovery pill to Yan Yu and Jian 18. Chapter 32-22. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Xingjian. Are you the one who left those wounds on their bodies? His voice was so cold that it was as if winter had arrived. Everyone could feel the bone-piercing cold. Those who were not strong enough could not help but tremble. Ling Xiao was furious. The consequences would be severe. The 18th sword was his master. Although he had several masters, each of them was like a father to him. Whoever dared to hurt his master touched his reverse scale. He would never let them go. Although they weren't sworn brothers, Lan Yu was a good comrade he recognized. A friend who went through life and death together. This included her, Bai Fong, Dragon Elephant, and Ba Dao. As long as Ling Xiao had the ability, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them. Hurting them was also touching his reverse scale. That's right. So what if I did it? Do you think I'm still the Dugu Xingjian you met in the Dragon Elephant tribe? Although Dugu Xingjian was intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura, he was someone who cared about his face. He couldn't lower his head at this moment. Good. Very good. Today, you hurt them so badly that I'll tear you to pieces. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Dugu Xingjian and said fiercely. Hearing this, Dugu Xingjian's diehard fans started clamoring again. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten His Highness? His Highness, kill him! Kill that guy who dared to offend His Highness! These people were really retarded. They didn't know that Ling Xiao was different from the 18th sword. Ling Xiao couldn't rub sand into his eyes. This group of noisy idiots made him very angry. Shut up! He suddenly struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm wind struck the large group of people. This palm strike caused countless deaths and injuries. The clamor turned into moans, and excitement turned into fear. Devil! He's a devil! Some people shouted in horror and ran away. Some people trembled in fear and didn't dare to move. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in whether those people were dead or not. He looked at Dugu Xingjian again. Disciple, don't be impulsive. With your martial uncle here, that Dugu Xingjian won't be able to reach the heavens. After Sword 18 took the recovery pill, his condition improved rapidly, but because of the excessive blood loss, he was still very weak. However, he still struggled to shout at Ling Xiao. There's no need to trouble martial uncle, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The current you is still not Dugu Xingjian's match. He is too powerful. Even after using the demonic possession pill, I still couldn't injure him. It wasn't easy for him to feign injury and stab him, but now he was safe and sound again. He is not the unfettered king. The 18th blade stopped Ling Xiao purely out of concern. He didn't know what had happened in Sword God City, so he didn't know that Ling Xiao was fearless even when facing a sword god. Ling Xiao, listen to your master. Dugu Xingjian isn't someone you can deal with. His strength is beyond our imagination. Falling Moon also said. You heard it right? Listen to what your master is saying, what your friend is saying. They are all very clear that you can't possibly be my match at all. Dugu Xingjian's originally somewhat flustered emotions quickly calmed down. Actually, as long as that mysterious middle-aged man didn't make a move, he had nothing to fear. Would Ling Xiao be his nightmare? Would Ling Xiao be the person to end the Sword Dynasty? What a joke! This was nothing more than the fantasy of Falling Moon and Sword 18. Perhaps in the future, Ling Xiao could really do it, but it was absolutely not today. Just right, looking at Ling Xiao's appearance, it was clear that he wanted to have a one-on-one battle with him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would kill Ling Xiao to eliminate future troubles. You guys don't need to say anymore, let him go. That kid, hee. Jian Fulong looked at Sword 18 and Falling Moon and chuckled, but didn't say anything. Sword 18 and Falling Moon were a bit stunned, but since Jian Fulong said so, he must have his reasons. Then let's wait and see. Senior, how should I address you? Duga Xingjian no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao, but turned his attention to Jian Fulong. This old man is Jian Fulong, the former Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Venerable. Beautiful Devil Land's husband. Jian Fulong coldly laughed and revealed a heaven-shaking secret. Because his entire body had turned blood red, even beautiful Devil Lan couldn't recognize him just now. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. That old thing is actually not dead yet? Beautiful Devil Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, as long as one wasn't stupid, they would know that she and Duga Beijian worked together to trap Jian Fulong. Now that Jian Fulong could see the light of day again, how could he let him go? The battle here had been going on for a long time, and the commotion was very big. Therefore, at this moment, not only were the Devil Dragon Sword Court's martial artists watching here, but there was also a large number of martial artists rushing over from the nearby cities. They all wanted to see who actually dared to rob the Sword God Hall's bridal escort team. And this bridal escort team was personally escorted by Duga Xingjian, the Crown Prince. Senior, the marriage between our Sword God Hall and the Devil Dragon Sword Court is a good thing. I believe that Senior won't bully us juniors. Duga Xingjian looked at Jian Fulong and frowned. If Jian Fulong made a move, he would definitely turn around and leave, abandoning everyone. He couldn't die here. This was his nature. You don't have to say so much nonsense. This old man won't interfere in today's matter. You young people can settle it yourselves. Jian Fulong said with a smile. All right, Senior's words are enough. Duga Xingjian finally let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Yen Yu and Jian 18 said that you are their hope, my nightmare, and also the person who will make our Duga clan suffer retribution. But in my opinion, you just had a fortuitous encounter and are an arrogant person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will prove it to them. After killing you, they should shut up. Have you fought with your father before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, we have. Why? Duga Xingjian asked. How do you feel? Ling Xiao asked again. Father can't be defeated. His aptitude is 10 times better than mine. The stronger I become, the stronger he will be. Duga Xingjian said. I've also fought with him before. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. In my opinion, he is just an outdated old man. In less than a month, I will be able to defeat him. Now, do you know what the biggest difference between us is? Confidence and ambition. In the end, you are just a golden bird in a cage. Although you are powerful, that's all there is to it. Since you said that I am a golden bird in a cage, then do you dare to make a bet with me today? Duga Xingjian was still afraid of Jian Fulong, so he wanted Ling Xiao to give up on this strong support. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? It is not up to you to decide whether to fight or not. Chapter 32-23. What an idiot, Duga's Sword Master thought. That's exactly what I wanted. As long as Jian Fulong doesn't make a move, I, Duga's Sword Master, am a sword god, and can kill you in a matter of minutes. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, Bring it on. Let's see what gives you the right to be so arrogant in front of me. You're the arrogant one, aren't you, idiot? I really don't know where you get your confidence from, loser. Ling Xiao sneered. You'll find out soon enough. Without another word, Duga's Sword Master unleashed his sage body, causing white sage light to surround him. Standing there, he looked like a god from heaven descending into the mortal world. Countless gasps and sighs could be heard. This sage body is basically cheating. It has super strong defense and super recovery abilities. How is Ling Xiao supposed to fight him? That's right. It's as strong as a peak general class defensive technique. No martial technique in the Sword Dynasty can break through it. In any case, I don't believe that Ling Xiao defeated Dugu Xingjian. Me either. Let's see how strong this Ling Xiao is. He actually dares to challenge Dugu's sword master one-on-one. All of the people who had just spoken were experts from nearby cities, including life seizers. Even they couldn't tell what Ling Xiao was going to rely on to fight Dugu's sword master. Facing Dugu Xingjian, who was at the level of a sword, Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. Although he had spoken disdainfully, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. The sword god Dugu's sword master was stronger than before, and more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Yang Qi had no choice but to use his most powerful transformation. Ling Xiao's transformation was complete, and black armor covered his body. The black wings on his back made him look even more ferocious. His eyes shone with cold killing intent and a brutal desire to do battle. What a powerful transformation! As of this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. After transforming, Ling Xiao's body emitted a terrifying aura that was almost equivalent to that of a sword god-level warrior. Even Jian Fulong was a little surprised. When he was in Sword God City, he didn't see Ling Xiao's strongest transformation. As expected, this brat still has trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous one. He had seen it for himself today. Ling Xiao had full confidence in dealing with Dugu Xingjian. Although the other party was indeed very strong, there was no need for him to be afraid of a defeated opponent. This battle with Dugu Xingjian was just a warm-up for Dugu Beijian. Kill! In the name of the holy body! Dugu Xingjian suddenly roared and attacked Ling Xiao. All that was left of that figure was a beam of brilliant white light. It was as if the holy light had descended from the heavens to punish Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it wasn't a ray of light that rushed towards him, but rather the sky. Dugu Xingjian was indeed worthy of being called a sword god. The pressure it brought was extremely powerful, as if a part of the sky was falling down. There was also a sharp killing intent in the sky. It wanted to completely destroy the enemy in front of it. The white light was so bright that the sword in Dugu Xingjian's hand could no longer be seen. However, Ling Xiao could feel the sharp killing intent. Holy sword art, endless judgment. As soon as he attacked, Dugu Xingjian didn't hold back and used his most powerful sword art. He didn't even use the Emperor Overlord sword. Although the Emperor Overlord sword and the Holy Sword art were both mid-level general-level martial skills, the Holy Sword art was more compatible with the holy body, so its power was greater. Even if it was a 10-meter thick city wall, it would be easily pierced through by this sword. Whether it was strength, speed, or accuracy, they were all very close to perfection. Feng Hua's sword made the surrounding martial artists cry out in alarm. In fact, in order to avoid being implicated, they had already moved far away. However, they could still feel the piercing pain brought by the sword qi. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. As expected, Dugu Xingjian is impossible to defeat at the moment. If he had used this sword to deal with me earlier, my head would have fallen to the ground. Jian 18 frowned. Big brother, are you sure my disciple is fine? He can't die. Don't worry. Although this attack is powerful, it's just child's play compared to Dugu Xingjian's attack. Jian Fulong smiled and said, Doesn't Ling Xiao have the Golden Phoenix incarnation? Even if he is hit, it's nothing. Don't you know his life-saving ability? Hearing this, Jian 18 breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Ling Xiao not only had the Golden Phoenix incarnation, but also a very powerful movement technique. As long as he used it properly, avoiding Dugu Xingjian's brazen attack was absolutely no problem. However, at this moment, he saw Ling Xiao take out the Sky Demon's sword. He doesn't plan to dodge! 18 swordsmen jumped in fright. This child is too bold. However, at this moment, no matter how worried and nervous he was, it was meaningless. Because it was impossible for him to stop it. Even Jian Fulong couldn't help Ling Xiao. This made Jian Fulong frown slightly. Was Ling Xiao really planning to take this attack head-on? It was very unwise. That's right, Ling Xiao didn't plan to dodge. In a battle, there was always a reward. This Duguxing Jian was the key to his cultivation to continue improving. What was there to dodge? His black tortoise divine body was much stronger than Duguxing Jian's saint body. Boom! Duguxing Jian's attack finally hit Ling Xiao. No, to be precise, it hit the sky demon's sword that Ling Xiao swung out. Die! Duguxing Jian roared, and his power crazily poured out. The light of the saint sword was incomparably bright. Bang! A figure was sent flying out of the sword light and slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. It's over? This Ling Xiao is too useless. He dares to challenge the Crown Prince like this? You think you can do it? Can you block the Crown Prince's sword? Hee, of course I can't block it, but I'm not stupid enough to challenge the Crown Prince. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly shot out from the big pit on the ground like a shooting star. Emperor Overlord's sword cleaves the Black Tortoise State. His speed was even faster than Duguxing Jian's. Therefore, Duguxing Jian could only block and not dodge. Duguxing Jian, who also suffered a heavy blow, was sent flying and slammed into the demonic beast behind him, smashing it into pieces. Oh my God, what's going on? Ling Xiao clearly took that attack head-on. Why does it seem like he's fine? Yeah, he even sent the Crown Prince flying. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has the strength of a sword body? The onlookers were stunned. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too shocking. They all knew that Duguxing Jian was strong, but how could Ling Xiao be so strong? Maybe the rumors are true. Maybe Ling Xiao really defeated Duguxing Jian in the Dragon Elephant tribe. Nonsense, let's continue watching. It's useless to talk more. Chapter 32-24. Just like Ling Xiao, Duguxing Jian also had a special body, and his defense was terrifyingly strong. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his brows furrowed. He had used almost 90% of his strength in that attack just now, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This opponent really surprised him. Well, it seems that you have also cultivated some special defensive martial arts. In that case, let's see whose defense is stronger. After saying that, Duguxing Jian attacked again. He bent his legs and suddenly jumped up. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Kill! This voice came from Ling Xiao and Duguxing Jian almost at the same time. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. The Sky Demon's sword and the Holy Sword collided, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Go to hell! Suddenly, Duguxing Jian waved his left arm and punched Ling Xiao's head. Almost at the same time, Ling Xiao's left hand also hit Duguxing Jian's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. Duguxing Jian felt that he didn't hit a person, but an iron wall. Ling Xiao also felt that he didn't hit a person, but a body of steel. Damn, what kind of battle is this? The people who were watching the show were stunned. It's fine that Duguxing Jian has a holy body, but what is Ling Xiao's body made of? Is it so hard? Amidst their exclamations, Ling Xiao and Duguxing Jian had already collided dozens of times in the air. Their fists rained down on each other's bodies. It turned out that they were competing to see whose body was stronger. After dozens of punches, Duguxing Jian suddenly retreated. He looked at Ling Xiao with a little horror. Impossible! How can your body be stronger than mine? He couldn't handle it, but Ling Xiao still seemed to be fine. This was completely unacceptable to him. The holy body that you are so proud of is just SOSO. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Although his situation was much better than Duguxing Jian's, he still needed some time to recover from the continuous hammering of Duguxing Jian. Of course, Duguxing Jian was in a much worse state than him. At this moment, Duguxing Jian's body is covered with bruises and his clothes are tattered. His nearly perfect physical body was beaten up as if he had just been abused. The most troublesome thing was that this kind of injury was a hard injury. Even if the divine body had a strong recovery ability, the bruises wouldn't disappear in a short time. This made Dugu Xingjian extremely angry. He still remembered that ever since he could remember, no one had ever been able to leave any scars on his body. His father, Dugu Beijian, was unwilling to do so, but no one else had the ability to do so. Especially among his peers, he had never been afraid of anyone other than the other forces of the Nine Supremes. In every battle, he didn't even need to use any moves. With his divine body alone, he was able to beat his opponents until they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. But today, Ling Xiao had left so many scars on his body. This was even more terrifying than the hateful sword of the 18th sword. The 18th sword was just a sneak attack. But Ling Xiao's attack was caused by his full frontal attack. How could this not make him angry? Anger attacked his heart. His killing intent soared crazily. He couldn't let him live. Ling Xiao couldn't be allowed to live. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao was given a little more time, Ling Xiao would definitely ride on his head. At that time, he would have no chance of defeating Ling Xiao and could only accept the tragic fate of failure. "What's wrong, Your Highness? Weren't you very cocky? Why aren't you cocky now?" Ling Xiao landed on the ground and looked at Dugu Xingjian mockingly. His arrogant voice resounded in the surroundings. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. No one dared to laugh at Dugu Xingjian because they were deeply afraid of him. But at this moment, they no longer thought that Dugu Xingjian was invincible among his peers. Ling Xiao's performance made them realize that the Iron Wall of Sword Dynasty wasn't invincible. "Stinking brat, you're stronger than this old man imagined." Jian Fulong laughed. "That scared me to death. I almost thought he was crazy." Although she said so, Yen Yu's face revealed an excited smile. The 18th sword was dumbfounded. As his master, he really didn't know when his disciple had become so powerful. Inside the demonic dragon puppet, Jian Luiying had already wiped away her tears. Previously, she was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Dugu Xingjian's opponent. But now, she didn't have that kind of worry. Ling Xiao's performance made people feel relieved. "Monster! He's really a monster!" Mame Lan muttered to herself. Back then, when this brat shocked everyone in the demonic dragon sword court, he should only be in the first transformation in Yang Realm's 16th or 17th level of hell. Although she couldn't remember clearly, he definitely hadn't reached the 18th level of hell. But now, he could already compete with Dugu Xingjian, who was in the fitness realm. It was simply infuriating. "Mom, did you see that? That Ling Xiao is much stronger than we imagined. Don't make an enemy out of him." Empress Lan was trembling all over as she shouted in a trembling voice. This time, Lan Meichen did not hit Lan Meichen, because what Lan Meichen had said was right. "It's okay. We have the demonic dragon puppet. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even that old man Jian Fulong can forget about leaving here alive today." Mame Lan gritted her teeth. Fight fiercely. It's best if both sides are injured. This way, she can use the demonic dragon puppet to reap the harvest." Hearing everyone's discussion and seeing the smug smiles of his enemies, Dugu Xingjian felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. Shame and anger. Grief and indignation. Intense displeasure. He thought that if Jian Fulong didn't make a move, he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. But reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. Even if Ling Xiao stood there and let him hit him, he couldn't kill him. The sacred physique that he was so proud of had become a joke in front of Ling Xiao. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. Angry? Then use your strongest sacred physique. I remember that when you were in the Dragon Elephant tribe, your sacred physique had already evolved to the king-level sacred physique, right? Ling Xiao didn't understand why Dugu Xingjian didn't use the king-level sacred physique. It was obviously stronger. "Don't worry, I will use it." Dugu Xingjian actually wanted to use the king-level sacred physique, but the problem was that it consumed too much true origin. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he would never use it. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Even if he had to exhaust himself to death, he would never tolerate Ling Xiao riding on his head. Never. He, Duge Xingjian, was proud. He was the #1 genius of the Sword Dynasty. Even if he died, he would die in glory. Burn, king-level sacred physique. Chapter 32-25. With a king-level saint body, all my attacks and defenses are 10 times stronger. Can you still block it? Duge Xingjian finally released his strongest combat power, king-level saint body. Because he had no way out. As the white flame burned, the sacred sword in his hand also burned at the same time. Sacred sword art, King's Trial! This move was much stronger than the previous one. Coupled with the king-level saint body, the white flame fell from the sky, but it wasn't hot. Instead, it was incomparably cold. On the path of the flame, there were traces of ice. This terrifying sword strike caused even Jian Fulong to frown. Even he had to consider whether to take this move head-on. Although he could take it, he would definitely consume a lot of true essence. It wasn't worth it. What would Ling Xiao do? Everyone had the same question. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think. Because the terrifying sword energy instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The sacred sword art was Duge Xingjian's strongest move. No matter which move it was, the power was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the king-level saint body, the power of this move was even more explosive. People without a saint body couldn't cultivate at all, nor could they release it. This was what Duge Xingjian was proud of. Ling Xiao will definitely dodge. This move is no joke. It's more than 10 times stronger than the previous move. In the crowd, there were warriors muttering to themselves. If such a terrifying move hit him, he would probably become a pile of blood. No, it should be ice. However, would Ling Xiao dodge? He had fought with Duge Xingjian before, so he knew Duge Xingjian's ability like the back of his hand. Right now, Duge Xingjian's cultivation had only increased. Other than that, nothing else had changed. So, was it necessary for him to dodge such an enemy? Frost Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. Ling Xiao didn't need to dodge, nor did he want to dodge. What he wanted was the pressure on his body after the opponent's attack was released. It would allow him to continuously release the potential in his body. However, Duge Xingjian's attack was indeed a little too strong. If he didn't block it and weaken it, he would definitely be seriously injured this time. He couldn't be seriously injured for the sake of increasing his cultivation. That wouldn't be worth it. With the release of the Frost Dragon Breath, Duge Xingjian's attack clearly paused. However, Ling Xiao hadn't finished releasing his move yet. 9 Snake General, Black Poison of the Dead! The black poisonous fog spread along with the Frost Dragon Breath and rushed towards Duge Xingjian. The might of Ling Xiao's 9 Snake General Beast Soul had also increased. Even Duge Xingjian did not dare to carelessly inhale the black poison. He had to release 10% of his power to suppress the poison's power. Sun's divine ability, Bloody Plague. This was Ling Xiao's most frightening and indefensible move. As his cultivation increased, the Bloody Plague became even more powerful than when he was in the Dragon Elephant Division. Even though Duge Xingjian's cultivation had increased, he still had to use 20% of his power to suppress it. Bloody Chi Bloody Saint Body's Body, Black Poison Bloody Body Body's Bodies. He no longer released any offensive moves, and began to defend. Diamond 8 Beast Soul, Unbreakable Diamond. 5 Ghosts Secret Art, Rock Devil. As the defense was completed, Duge Xingjian's attack had already landed on his body. White flames instantly engulfed Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a ball of ice crystal. However, a moment later, the ice crystal shattered. Ling Xiao actually escaped as if nothing had happened. This guy is too abnormal. With just a defensive skill, he blocked the killing move of Duge Xingjian, who has a king-level sacred body, and he's unscathed. Monster! What a monster! Although the surrounding warriors had heard of Ling Xiao's reputation before, most of them thought that it was just an exaggeration. The real Ling Xiao couldn't be so strong. But after seeing it today, they realized that the rumors weren't exaggerated. Instead, they weakened Ling Xiao. Today's Ling Xiao was too strong. King-level sacred body? I don't think it's that great. Your father, Duge Xingjian, is a coward. He watched me and martial uncle leave Sword God City, but he didn't even dare to stop us. You're even more useless than him. I've already let you attack me, but that's all you've got? You still dare to brag about how strong you are in front of me? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Zhao's sarcastic voice spread throughout the space. Everyone heard it loud and clear. If it was before, they might have thought that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant. But at this moment, none of them said such a thing. Ling Xiao used his strength to teach each of them a lesson. He even gave Duge Xingjian a fierce slap. From the beginning of the battle until now, Duge Xingjian didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Ling Xiao. This was simply unbelievable. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Duge Xingjian was so angry that his mouth was crooked. If Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, it would be fine. It could be said that Ling Xiao was avoiding the battle. But the problem was that Ling Xiao had been facing him head-on for several consecutive attacks, but he still didn't have the slightest advantage. That was too terrifying. Am I really not as good as this guy? I'm not as good as this lowly peasant. Duge Xingjian had completely lost confidence in his heart. He had serious doubts about his own combat strength. No. Impossible. Duge Xingjian seemed to have gone mad. He attacked Ling Xiao like a madman. Calm down. Your Highness. Suddenly, the Crown Princess shouted, You have a king-level sacred body. Although you can't hurt him, he can't hurt you either. But you have more powerful moves than him, don't you? There's no need to panic. Just treat this person as your biggest enemy on the road of martial arts. Kill him and you will surpass your father. As she said this, a huge battle flag appeared behind the Crown Princess. That's a martial soul? Ling Xiao frowned. It was an encouragement-type martial soul. It could raise one's fighting spirit, restore one's confidence, and increase one's combat strength. He's too shameless. We agreed to fight one-on-one. What's going on? Yan Yu scolded. It doesn't matter. What's the point of tormenting him? He's just putting up a stubborn resistance. Ling Xiao looked at the Crown Princess mockingly. I want them to see that in front of powerful strength, all schemes and tricks are in vain. Battle flag martial soul? It's a bit interesting, but it's meaningless in front of me. So what if Duge Xingjian completely recovers his fighting spirit? That will only make him lose more miserably. F***ck, this guy is too immodest. Jian Filong smiled bitterly. Yeah, when I first met him, I also thought he was a bit arrogant. But after getting along with him for a long time, I realized that it wasn't arrogance at all. It's because he has the ability to do so. What he thinks is normal is inconceivable to others. Chapter 32-26. While Yan Yu and the others were talking, Duge Xingjian had already regained his composure. He took a deep breath and swallowed a few pills, which should be pills to replenish his quintessential essence. Then, he stared at Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Crown Prince Consort's battle flag martial soul was working. However, Ling Xiao did not cower because of this. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took the initiative to attack. You're done attacking. It's my turn. Is a king-level sacred physique unbreakable? Then I'll break it for you today. Emperor Overlord's sword cleaves the Black Tortoise State. He held the Sky Demon sword in his hand and executed the Imperial family's sword technique. He had displayed the Emperor Overlord's sword in front of others more than once. But today, only a few people here knew that he knew the Emperor Overlord's sword. Most people had never seen it before. Even Lan Mimi did not know that Ling Xiao actually knew the Imperial family's general-level martial arts. The most terrifying thing was that the Emperor Overlord's sword that Ling Xiao executed was not only more domineering, but also more fierce. It was as if this sword technique was naturally prepared for him. He was the true king, the true overlord. Could this Ling Xiao also be a member of the imperial family? Don't joke around. Would a member of the imperial family become enemies with the imperial family? He must have secretly learned it. But he has only been in the Sword Dynasty for at most 2 months. How could he secretly learn the imperial family's ultimate move to such a terrifying level? That's true. His Highness the Crown Prince used the same move just now, but it was not as domineering and powerful. While everyone was discussing, Ling Xiao's domineering and arrogant sword had already arrived in front of Dugu Xingjian. Evading sword light steps. Heavens, not only does he know the Emperor Overlord's sword, but even the imperial family's evading sword light steps has been cultivated to such a level. Relying on the evading sword light steps, Ling Xiao's speed reached the extreme. Dugu Xingjian could not catch up to such a terrifying speed at all. He could only believe in his king-level sacred physique. Then, a crazy sword technique continuously poured down on his body. Dugu Xingjian was like a pitiful small tree in a storm, constantly swaying, and swaying with the wind. He could only desperately cover his vital parts, hoping that this would lessen the damage. However, a moment later, he realized that he was overthinking things. The defensive power of the king-class saint body was much stronger than he had imagined. No matter how Ling Xiao attacked, it was like scratching an itch. Aside from a slight pain, he did not feel the slightest bit of damage. Ha 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 ha! As if he had discovered a new continent, Dugu Xingjian laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao, even if you can use the imperial family's overlord sword to such an exquisite degree, so what? You still can't break through my defense. Are you scratching an itch? How laughable! Your monarch overlord sword only has 1 move, but mine has 3. Why don't I show you something more interesting? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Although the defense of a king-grade sacred body was a bit of a headache, it wasn't a problem for him. Emperor Hegemon's sword, sword annihilation of the 9 heavens! An even stronger move was released from Ling Xiao's hand, not giving Dugu Xingjian any chance to catch his breath. Block it for me! Dugu Xingjian roared. Right now, he only had a king-grade sacred body to fight against Ling Xiao. Once his defense was broken, he would be dead. Boom! The terrifying sword strike sent Dugu Xingjian flying. He crashed into dozens of female martial artists of the Red Orb Guard before he came to a stop. Bah! Dugu Xingjian got up from the ground. Only his gums bled a little. It's effective, but it's too weak. Dugu Xingjian sneered. You've played enough. It's my turn. Since you can't break through my defense, I'll kill you until you're convinced. As he spoke, the white flames on his body suddenly rose. It was as if a barrel of gasoline had been thrown into a fire. It became incomparably dazzling. Everyone could feel that Dugu Xingjian's strength had risen again. A genius was indeed a genius. It wasn't an exaggeration. The situation is not good. Dugu Xingjian can actually surpass himself in a crisis. No wonder he was appointed as the next imperial emperor by Dugu Xingjian and even looked forward to his trip to the immemorial divine tomb. It seems that this is not a simple favor. This kid really has that kind of strength that others are willing to pin their hopes on him. Jian Fulong frowned and said, Senior, what do you mean? Will Ling Xiao be in danger? Yan Yu hurriedly asked. To be honest, I don't know because Ling Xiao has surprised me too much. I don't know if he has other trump cards. Let's wait and see. It's too early to make a conclusion. Jian Fulong frowned and said. Although he was worried about Ling Xiao, when he thought of Ling Xiao's performance in Sword God City, he suddenly felt that Ling Xiao might have a way. Big brother, what if Dugu Xingjian learned the Golden Dragon Seal? That's a high-level general-grade martial technique. Jian 18 said worriedly. Yes, in fact, I'm also worried about this. If Dugu Xingjian learned the Golden Dragon Seal, then I'm afraid Ling Xiao will be in danger in this battle. However, I haven't seen Dugu Xingjian use the Golden Dragon Seal. I guess he didn't learn it. Jian Fulong analyzed. I hope so. Jian 18 frowned. Although he was very confident in Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but feel worried. Jian Luoying, who was in the demonic dragon puppet, was also very nervous. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by anyone because of her. "Junior brother, you can do it! You can definitely do it!" Just when everyone was extremely nervous, Dugu Xingjian's attack had already landed on Ling Xiao's body. This time, Ling Xiao didn't make any defensive movements, which puzzled many people. Has he given up? Has he given up on himself? Or does he want to die because he knows he can't win? Or did Dugu Xingjian use some kind of secret technique to trap him? Such questions were finally answered in the next moment. Dugu Xingjian's sword pierced Ling Xiao's heart, but it stopped there and couldn't pierce through. What? Dugu Xingjian looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. This sword was an attack from his sacred sword art. But it couldn't even pierce through Ling Xiao's skin? You have a king-level sacred body, and I have a king-level black tortoise divine body. As he spoke, the shadow of a black tortoise wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, protecting his entire body. In terms of defense, I'm not inferior to you. Ling Xiao sneered. You think you're the strongest trump card, but in my eyes, it's just a turtle shell to avoid battle. Then why did you use it? Dugu Xingjian questioned. I just wanted to show you that in terms of defense, I'm not inferior to you. In fact, I'm even stronger than you. Now that you've seen it, let me completely tear apart your ignorant arrogance. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, he extended his leg and kicked Dugu Xingjian flying. Chapter 32-27. After kicking Dugu Xingjian away, Ling Xiao finally decided to attack seriously. Dugu Xingjian's attack on him had caused the energy in his cultivation seed to soar to 80%. However, it stopped rising after that. Therefore, he knew that it was time to determine the winner. There was no need to waste any more time. I said that I would tear you into pieces. Next, it's time to fulfill this promise. As he spoke, Ling Xiao shouted at Jian subduing Long. Uncle, give me the demon dragon sword! Although Jian subduing Long didn't know why he wanted the demon dragon sword, he still threw it over. Ling Xiao held the demon dragon sword in his left hand and the sky devil sword in his right. Finally, he was going to use the dual-wielding combat skill that made him famous in the past. The third move of the Emperor Overlord Sword, Ghost King Overlord Sword. Ling Xiao began to condense the Ghost King Overlord Sword in his right hand. As his vital essence continued to pour in, a terrifying Ghost King seemed to be standing next to his right hand, holding a huge Overlord Sword and releasing an extremely powerful pressure. The third move of the Sword of Curse, 9 Dragons Poison Curse. Ling Xiao's left hand condensed the 9 Dragons Poison Curse at the same time. 9 pitch-black poisonous dragons circled around the demon dragon sword. A blood-red light wrapped around their bodies. These 2 moves were the most powerful moves of the mid-level general-level martial skills. Now that Ling Xiao was using them at the same time, the scene was incomparably shocking. In the Sword Dynasty, Ling Xiao had never used a sword like this. Today, many people's horizons were broadened. No wonder that kid needs 2 swords of the same level. He can actually release 2 different moves at the same time, and they are both equally powerful. This is something that even Dugu Xingjian and I can't do. Jian subduing Long was convinced. He was completely convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. What's the point of having 2 swords? It's ridiculous. You still can't break my defense. If you take out the Ice Supreme Sword or use your Bloodthirsty Plague, you might be able to defeat me. But the 2 swords together will only disperse your strength, idiot. Dugu Xingjian mocked. You don't know anything. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You know how to use a sword, but you don't understand it. Do you know what sword momentum is? Do you know how to take advantage of the situation? The power of mountains and rivers. Force of heaven and earth. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's entire being seemed to merge with the world. Those 2 swords seemed to have been personally pierced by the heavens. Dugu Xingjian was stunned. He simply couldn't believe that a 2nd division life-sizer could wield a sword to such an extent. Sword force was an ethereal thing, and it was even more difficult to capture than sword intent. How could Ling Xiao master it? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already reached the terrifying realm of controlling heaven and earth when he was still in the divine Phoenix continent. That was because his powerful soul energy could even allow him to control a part of the world. To him, borrowing power was just child's play. Only now did Duge Xingjian truly feel fear. He desperately circulated his true essence, and the white flame on the saint's sword in his hand rose to a height of 3 meters. Holy Sword Art's strongest move, heavenly punishment! He was going to put his life on the line. This was because, at this moment, he had doubts about his own king-grade saint body. By this point, the Crown Princess' encouragement was wearing off. It couldn't be helped. Ling Xiao was too powerful. Moreover, the moves that he released each time were incomparably astonishing. Force of heaven and earth. Now that Ling Xiao had fused with the profundities of the Heaven Tyrant martial soul, he could finally unleash the profundities of the Heaven Tyrant martial soul. Although it was only the most basic force of heaven and earth, and not the force of the universe, it was more than enough. Rumble! 2 proud sons of heaven. One was the Crown Prince, who had lived a life of luxury, and had received the attention of countless people. From the moment he was born, he was the strongest of his generation. Even after completing his first cycle of reincarnation, he was still the strongest of his generation. One of them was a little beggar who begged on the streets. He was ridiculed and looked down upon by countless people. Even after completing his first cycle of reincarnation, he had been born in a remote town. The difference in status between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. But as of this moment, status didn't mean anything. The only thing that could determine victory and defeat was power. Everyone was nervously watching the final showdown between the two on the battlefield. Crack! The sword shattered. The sacred sword cracked. Duge Xingjian's heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation collapsed under Ling Xiao's double attack. Borrowing the force of heaven and earth, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful attack since he started practicing martial arts. The sword momentum shattered the heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation attack, and then heavily bombarded Duge Xingjian's sacred body. The king's sacred body released a pure white luster, blocking the sword from going any deeper. Duge Xingjian laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, it's useless. It's still useless. You can't break my defense after all. Isn't it a bit too early for you to be happy? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Crack! A crack appeared on Duge Xingjian's sacred body. No, how is this possible? Duge Xingjian finally panicked. His sacred body should have an invincible defense. How could this happen? Is it impossible? You still can't see the situation clearly? That's it for you. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You are indeed a genius, but you are just a genius of the Sword Dynasty. I am different from you. My goal is the entire mystic world. Even the Black Tortoise continent can't stop me. This is the gap between you and me. Puchi! Ah! One of Duge Xingjian's arms flew up. Ling Zhao's sword finally broke the king's sacred body's defense. Then, the crazy sword light flickered on Duge Xingjian's body. After the sword light, Duge Xingjian's miserable screams could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Is that still Duge Xingjian? Is he still the invincible crown prince? In the face of Ling Zhao's attack, Duge Xingjian had no power to resist and could only be attacked continuously. Blood continued to splatter, dyeing the ground red. Who would have thought that the battle between Ling Xiao and Duge Xingjian would be so one-sided? Ling Xiao was basically unharmed from the beginning to the end. However, Duge Xingjian was on the verge of death. Bang! Duge Xingjian's body finally smashed on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. People could finally see his appearance clearly. Many women were so scared that they hurriedly closed their eyes. It was too tragic. Is this still the insufferably arrogant Duge Xingjian who was like a god descending to the mortal world? He was simply a pile of rotten meat. They could only vaguely see his human appearance. Ling Xiao, it's about time. Let's give him a quick death. Jian 18 couldn't stand it anymore. Since Master said so, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you won't be able to see anyone in the future. Ling Xiao also felt that it was about time. In the end, he was still a little soft-hearted. If he had fallen into this situation, he believed that Duge Xingjian would never have shown him the slightest mercy. His ending would only be worse. Perhaps this was the difference between him and Duge Xingjian. Chapter 32-28. Who was the real genius? Who was the strongest youth in the Sword Dynasty? Actually, these two questions didn't need to be asked. Everyone present had already seen through it. The dignified Duge Xingjian, the crown prince, couldn't even fight back against Ling Xiao. He could only live under Ling Xiao's pity. But from the looks of it, he was basically on his last breath. Even if he was saved, he would still be a cripple. Where's my senior sister Luoying? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Duge Xingjian, who was already a pile of mud, and asked coldly. He, kill me if you can. Anyway, I, Duge Xingjian, am already a cripple. What difference does it make whether I die or not? Duge Xingjian was a prideful person. Even at this point, he wasn't willing to beg for mercy. This made Ling Xiao somewhat impressed. It wasn't a coincidence that the Duge clan could lead the Sword Dynasty and control the Overlord Sword Dynasty. Whether it was Duge Xingjian or Duge Xingjian, they weren't simple. But at this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he looked at Lan Meim and asked, Old witch, where's senior sister Luoying? Ling Xiao, don't ask her. Jian Luoying is trapped in the demonic dragon puppet. Duge Xingjian put the puppet in his storage ring, Lan Yu hurriedly said. Ling Xiao glanced at Duge Xingjian's arm that was thrown away. There was indeed a storage ring on his finger. He took the storage ring and opened it to take a look. His brows suddenly furrowed tightly. This is a fake. What a joke. Duge Xingjian was actually deceived by Lan Meim. Ling Xiao looked at Lan Meim and said, Tell me, where's the real demonic dragon puppet? The puppets in the mystic world were all made with layers of arrays. If it was real, Ling Xiao could naturally tell. You better not show such a vicious look in front of me. Otherwise, I'll kill Jian Luoying right now. Lan Meim sneered. Madam, it's been 200 years, why are you still so insensible? Duge Xingjian is already crippled, and Duge Beijian is no match for Ling Xiao. The destruction of the Sword Dynasty will soon be realized. Why do you continue to be enemies with Ling Xiao? In the end, Jian Fulong still had some feelings for Lan Meim. He wasn't willing to see Lan Meim walk down the wrong path. Don't call me madam, I'm not worthy. Lan Meim shook her head and said, From the moment I set you up, I didn't want to become a vassal of you men. So what if Duge Xingjian couldn't do it? So what if Duge Beijian wasn't Ling Xiao's match? With your understanding of me, don't you understand? I, beautiful devil Lan, will never rely on any man. What are you trying to do? Jian Fulong frowned. I'm afraid that she has already obtained the real demonic dragon puppet and can control it. Ling Xiao said coldly. Martial uncle, this madam of yours is really a formidable woman. She has never sincerely planned to rely on the Sword God Hall. She has only been biding her time, preparing to use the power of the demonic dragon puppet to take down the entire Sword Dynasty. Is what he said true? Jian Fulong looked at Lan Meim and said, Ha, I really didn't expect that the person who understands me the most is the person I hate the most. Lan Meim suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. What a pity, if we knew each other earlier, we might have really become a good pair of partners, or even husband and wife. Bah! Who wants to become husband and wife with an old witch like you? Ling Xiao spat and scolded. I've spared you more than once. I don't care if you want to seize the Sword Dynasty, but now, hand over senior sister Luoying. Otherwise, I'll completely shatter your dreams today. You're too arrogant. Lan Meim said coldly. From the battle between you and Duge Xingjian, I saw the depth of your ability. You're very strong. you're fully deserving of the title of number 1 under Duguxingjian. But unfortunately, my demonic dragon puppet is even more terrifying than Duguxingjian. You're definitely not its match. Don't even think about Jian Luoying. Her blood is the key to activating the demonic dragon puppet. I'll replace her. Jian 18 stood up and said, My blood flows in her body. I can replace her. No, your bloodline is far less powerful than hers. Do you think I don't know? Her mother is the ruler of myriad countries, Dragon Mother. After inheriting your bloodline and fusing with the bloodline of Dragon Mother, it's more suitable for the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi shook her head. Master, there's no need to talk nonsense with her. It's impossible for her to be obedient. The strength of the demonic dragon puppet has already confused her mind, making her think that she can defeat all the experts. Ling Xiao sighed and said, There's only one way to go now, and that is to destroy the demonic dragon puppet. Ling Xiao, go to hell. Suddenly, Duguxingjian, who was originally paralyzed on the ground, bounced up from the ground with unknown strength and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Even if I die, I'll pull you into hell with me. Duguxingjian knew that he was finished, but even if he died, he didn't want to see Ling Xiao live well. Therefore, he wanted to drag Ling Xiao down with him. It seems that I really shouldn't have the slightest bit of pity for you. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Duguxingjian, who was pouncing towards him. You want to die with me? Ridiculous. He slowly extended his right hand, and a terrifying wave of true essence condensed on his right hand. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared in the void. From that crack, a huge dragon claw stretched out. Then, Duguxingjian was caught by the dragon claw. What? Even Ling Xiao was taken aback by this scene, and his figure retreated rapidly. The moment he retreated, a similar crack appeared beside him, and a huge dragon claw stretched out to grab him. However, he escaped relatively quickly, and the dragon claw didn't catch anything. What's going on? Ling Xiao retreated back to his own camp, and then he saw a shocking scene. The team that was supposed to send the bride was all grabbed by the dragon claw that stretched out from the crack. Then, behind Lan Mimi, the 9-story demon pagoda appeared out of thin air. However, at this moment, the 9-story demon pagoda released waves of incomparably terrifying aura. The earth was shaking. The sky was also covered with dark clouds. Everyone fell into a state of panic and unease. Lan Mimi, you're crazy! How dare you kill me? Father won't let you off! Duguxingjian's miserable voice came from the crack, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Hee, you were killed by Ling Xiao. What does it have to do with me? If your father wants to kill someone, he'll only kill Ling Xiao. Lan Mimi mocked. She really has the demonic dragon puppet. I can't feel the slightest bit of familiarity. She didn't hesitate to spend 200 years of energy, and even gave up on breaking through her cultivation to focus on controlling the demonic dragon puppet. This woman's scheming is really terrifying. Chapter 32-29. Jian Fulong said loudly. Ling Xiao, you're right. She's a formidable woman. Today's winner might really be her. Everyone, get ready to retreat! Of course, Jian Fulong knew what the tremors meant, and what Lan Maydevil had obtained. He said helplessly. Hearing Jian Fulong's words, Ling Xiao realized that the terrifying devil dragon puppet had awoken. They hadn't even seen the true devil dragon puppet, but it was already terrifying enough. If it really did appear, how terrifying would it be? Run? You can't run! Ling Xiao shook his head. Even if it's the devil dragon puppet, we can't run. Senior sister Luoying hasn't been rescued yet. But Ling Xiao, it's not that I want to belittle myself. The demonic dragon puppet was created by me and a few of my good friends back then. I know best how terrifying it is. Even Dugabetian wouldn't be a match for the devil dragon puppet, let alone you. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. You can't run! Ling Xiao shook his head. I know there's a tiger in the mountain, but I still want to go there. Senior Sister Luoying has done me a great favor. If I abandon her, what right do I have to talk about saving the world? If I can't even save a woman, what kind of man am I? Most of the Sword God Hall's bridal party had been wiped out. Only the Crown Princess managed to escape the clutches of the Red Gem Guard's sword saints. Of course, that was only temporary. But for now, no one was paying attention to them. Everyone's attention was on Lan Maydevil and the 9-story demon pagoda that had been moved out of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao rushed toward Lan Maydevil, but Jian Fulong stopped him. "Don't be rash," Jian Fulong said. "That Devil Dragon puppet has the power of a 5th stratum life-sizer. It's not something you or I can deal with." Jian Fulong roared. "Get out of my way! Or I'll beat you up too!" Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jian Fulong and said, "I know you're doing this for my own good, but you should understand that the demonic dragon puppet has yet to fully awaken. Once it fully awakens, my senior sister Luo Ying's life would be in danger. Now is the best chance to save her. In your current state, not only will you not be able to save anyone, you will also be killed. If you want to fight, then fight. No matter what, I can't watch you throw your life away." Jian Fulong steeled his heart. Even if Ling Xiao viewed him as an enemy, he wouldn't step aside. "Get out of my way!" Ling Xiao roared. He couldn't bring himself to kill Jian Fulong. However, in order to save Jian Luoying, he had to force his way through. "Ha ha ha, you don't have to fight anymore. Do you think that the demonic dragon puppet has only just begun to awaken? 200 years! A whole 200 years! Even if he was a martial artist, how many 200 years could he have in his life? I poured all my heart and soul into this demonic dragon puppet. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Lord Dragon Mother of Myriad Countries. That person is obviously an extremely powerful existence, but she likes our Sword Dynasty's egg-fried rice that only mortals eat. I racked my brains to gather the best chefs in Sword Dynasty, and specially prepared the most delicious egg-fried rice for Lord Dragon Mother. She was overjoyed and bestowed me with a dragon soul. Demonic dragon beast soul. This allowed me to have the most crucial control over the demonic dragon puppet. I'm afraid Jian Fulong didn't expect this. Lan Mimi laughed crazily. The 9th-floor demon pagoda behind her actually began to change. It can't be. Could it be that the demonic dragon puppet is the 9th-floor demon pagoda itself? Ling Xiao asked in shock. Jian Fulong sighed and said, "You're right. This demonic dragon's corpse came from tens of thousands of years ago. After being modified by the puppet masters of Divine Secrets Continent, they actually created a 9-floored space inside its body. The demonic beasts inside were all captured and raised by us from the outside. When the demonic beasts are killed, most of their power will be absorbed by the demonic dragon puppet. It's the same when a martial artist is killed. F***CK, does that mean that when we were cultivating inside the 9th-floor demon pagoda, we were actually inside the demonic dragon puppet's stomach?" Ling Xiao simply wanted to curse. This fact was really too shocking. However, Jian Fulong would definitely not lie to him. Moreover, the 9th-floor demon pagoda was constantly changing, as if it was going to return to its original appearance. Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique. Finally, Ling Xiao took advantage of Jian Fulong's inattention to use the Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique from Zixin's divine ability and rushed toward Lan Mimi. Not good. Jian Fulong did not expect that Ling Xiao actually had such a trick up his sleeve. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Lan Mimi also did not expect this. However, the current her was already protected by the demonic dragon puppet's power. Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, but he was blocked outside by a terrifying power. He was actually unable to get close. "Since I can't kill you, then I'll go in and save her." With a thought, Ling Xiao turned and headed toward the 9th-floor demon pagoda. "Idiot," she said. "You know the 9th-floor demon pagoda is the demonic dragon puppet, and yet you still dare to go in. Are you looking to die?" Lan Mimi sneered. As of this moment, she couldn't help but feel wonderful. The demonic dragon puppet's immense power was perfectly fused with her body. In that moment, she felt as if she were a 5th division life-sizer. "Look at how strong I am," Lan Mimi said. "I've been planning for 200 years, and now my efforts haven't been wasted." Sword God Hall? Dragon Mammoth Tribe? Dugabatian? Ling Xiao? Compared to the demonic dragon puppet, you're nothing. She wasn't worried at all about Ling Xiao entering the 9th-floor demon pagoda. The core of the demonic dragon puppet was located on the 9th floor. The path to the 9th floor was fraught with danger. If Ling Xiao entered from the outside without a teleportation portal, he would only be able to get to the 1st floor. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even Dugabakian wouldn't be able to survive from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. At this moment, the Devil Dragon Sword Court martial artists standing behind Lan Mimi were finally excited. They could finally hold their heads high. For so many years, they had been suppressed by the Sword God Hall. Not long ago, a puny Ling Xiao had turned the Devil Dragon Sword Court into a mess. But from today onwards, they didn't have to fear anyone. Their Devil Dragon Sword Court was the most powerful existence on this continent. Devil Dragon Sword Court, long live! Her Majesty the Devil Sovereign, #1 under heaven! A loud voice echoed in the sky. Everyone from the Devil Dragon Sword Court was overjoyed. "Ha ha, good, very good." Lan Mimi laughed. From now on, with the demonic dragon puppet, the Sword God Hall will no longer be able to monopolize the Sword Dynasty. As for your cultivation, it will also rise with the tide, becoming stronger and stronger. The Sword Dynasty will definitely be ours. Congratulations, Devil Sovereign. Congratulations, Devil Sovereign. Long live, long live, long live. The flattery was even louder than before. But Lan Mimi liked to hear it. Sigh, how did the current Devil Dragon Sword Court become like this? Just a demonic dragon puppet made them seem like they've gone crazy? Jian Felong sighed helplessly. Back then, although the Devil Dragon Sword Court already had the demonic dragon puppet, martial artists were proud of their own strength. Chapter 32:30. The 9th-floor demon pagoda continued to release a terrifying black aura as it gradually transformed into the appearance of a demonic dragon. Everyone outside could feel the dangerous and terrifying aura. It was like a fierce beast that had been sleeping for many years was gradually awakening. Some timid martial artists had already started to flee. Although they didn't know what would happen next, they didn't want to wait for death here. Slaughter. Destruction. Evil. Berserk. Almost all the terrifying aura was absorbed by the demonic dragon puppet. Even Lan Mei, who was controlling the demonic dragon puppet, felt a strong sense of fear in her heart. If she didn't have the soul of the demonic dragon bestowed to her by the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother, she wouldn't be able to control such a powerful puppet. It was like a peerless weapon. A demonic blade. If she wasn't careful, she would be killed. Will Ling Xiao be alright? Jian 18 looked worriedly at the demonic dragon puppet that was gradually taking shape in the distance, and couldn't help but ask. If he doesn't come out before the demonic dragon puppet completes its transformation, then it will be troublesome. Not only will your daughter die, but Ling Xiao will also be trapped in that monster's body forever and become its nourishment. Although Jian Felong knew that this would make people more nervous, he had to speak the truth. Pray that he can save your daughter. At this moment, Jian Felong didn't have a better idea. Even he wasn't a match for the demonic dragon puppet. He even regretted creating such a terrifying monster back then. Now, it had become the biggest problem. Big brother, isn't there a demon suppressor? Jian 18 asked. Demon suppressor? 200 years ago, I did create a demon suppressor family. They knew how to suppress the demonic dragon puppet, but the demonic dragon puppet now is different from the past. Moreover, I've been trapped in the bloodthirsty sword tomb for 200 years. Whether or not the demon suppressors still exist is a problem. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao didn't expect that when he stepped into the 9th-floor demon pagoda, there would be someone who entered before him. These people claimed to be the demon suppressor family. They actually said that they had been living in the 9th-floor demon pagoda all this time, and didn't just enter. They had sealed themselves, and only when the demonic dragon puppet awoke would the seal be automatically released. The devil suppressors all had the surname Jian. They told Ling Xiao that this was the surname Jian Fulong gave to their clan. The demon suppressors were having a meeting to discuss the plan to enter the 9th level. Although there were many clansmen, there weren't many who were qualified to enter the 9th floor. Most of them were in the Yin-Yang realm, with only a few in the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao had no idea how to get to the 9th floor, so these demon suppressors could help him. Everyone, let's cut the crap. We're going to the 9th floor to destroy the core of the demonic dragon puppet. If you're not strong enough, then don't go. Run away first and protect the demon suppressor's roots. Wait until you're strong enough. The person who spoke was the clan leader of the demon suppressors, Jian Tianying, the former junior brother of Jian Fulong. Apparently, this man's cultivation base wasn't weak. He was in the 3rd division of life-seizing, so he should be able to help. Now, anyone under the life-seizing level can flee for their lives. Anyone above that level will only need 5 elite warriors. Time is of the essence, so let's start fighting. The circle will be 100 meters in diameter. The remaining 5 will follow me to the 9th floor. Remember, don't try any tricks. This time, we're going to see how strong you are. Therefore, you have to fight one-on-one. You can't gang up or gang up. Understand? Understood. The demon suppressors had chosen the best of the best, and would never cower in fear of the demonic dragon puppet. Can I participate in this? Ling Xiao asked. Although he was anxious to save Jian Luoying, he didn't know the way to the 9th floor. He needed the demon suppressors to lead the way. Although the competition would take some time, it shouldn't be a problem. 2nd division life-seizing, huh? Not bad. But we demon suppressors have 15 3rd division life-seizers, all of whom were elites from the demon dragon sword court. If you want to participate, that's fine. But I'm afraid it'll just be a waste of time. Although Jian Tianying didn't know who Ling Xiao was, he knew that anyone who was an enemy of the demonic dragon puppet would be useful. A waste of time? Not necessarily. Ling Xiao smiled. Well, if you want me to participate, then I won't stand on ceremony. With that, he leaped into the circle. There were at least 100 people in the circle, although there were only about 50 life-seizers present. That said, it was still quite impressive. 200 years ago, the Demon Dragon Sword Court was truly powerful. And yet, there were already 15 3rd Division life-seizers here. And that was just the demon suppressors. Clan Chief, we don't know where this guy is from. Who knows what kind of evil intentions he has? Besides, he's so weak. What's the point of participating? 5 spots weren't a lot to begin with, and the fact that an outsider had come in was obviously not going to sit well with some of the demon suppressors. The one who spoke was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall, almost like an iron tower. His voice was filled with power and strength. Forget it, Jian Xiong, another person said. He's going to be eliminated soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's start the selection process. It was a white-robed young man who appeared to be in his 30s, holding a folding fan in his hand. You have a point, Jian Bai, Jian Xiong said. Forget it. Let's not bicker about it. Let's start, Clan Chief. Jian Xiong glanced at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. It didn't matter how many years had passed, the principle of the mystic world hadn't changed. The weak were prey to the strong. All he had to do was show them how strong he was, and they would shut their mouths. Let the selection begin, Jian Tianying said. Time was of the essence, and he had to get this over with quickly. Bang! 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 As soon as the words left his mouth, several people were sent flying out of the circle. So it's them. My eyes aren't bad. Jian Tianying looked around the circle, and saw that there were 5 seated contestants, all of whom he had already chosen. However, for the sake of fairness, he had decided to go through the selection process. Jian Xiong was fierce, but not intelligent. Jian Bai was intelligent, but had too many ideas, and was a bit naive. Jian Feng's offense and defense were balanced. Jian Shixue might be a woman, but she might be the strongest among the 5 seeded contestants. Her movement technique was excellent. The Heavenly Sword Condor was good at spying, which was crucial. As Jian Tianying watched the selection process, he made his own judgment. In fact, he had a bad premonition that he might not be able to suppress the demonic dragon puppet this time. In that case, he had to choose a few outstanding fellows and let them train before sending them out, even if he had to sacrifice himself. As long as the demon suppressors weren't dead, the demonic dragon puppet had to be suppressed. Chapter 32-31. Boom! All of a sudden, Jian Xiong unleashed a fist strike that sent 4 or 5 people flying out of the ring. Jian Tianying's gaze suddenly came to rest on Ling Xiao. He's not eliminated! He had assumed that Ling Xiao would be knocked out of the ring as soon as the fight began. Who could have guessed that he would be safe and sound? Just as Jian Xiong noticed Ling Xiao, he also noticed Ling Xiao. Chuckling, he casually sent a second life-sizer flying, then walked over to Ling Xiao and said, "You're pretty good, kid. I can't believe you were able to dodge my palm wind. However, to suppress a devil dragon puppet, you have to rely on strength, not movement techniques. You can't just rely on fleeing. So, be a good boy and get out of here." Even as the words left his mouth, Jian Xiong's true energy surged, and a terrifying aura shot toward Ling Xiao with the force of a thunderbolt. Both of his fists were filled with the energy of explosive lightning. Triple explosive lightning fist! Shockingly, the explosive lightning fist of a third life-sizer contained 3 levels of internal energy, each level stronger than the last. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he were being struck by 3 levels of demon lightning tribulation. When this thunderstorm fist was used, many of the surrounding martial artists suffered. At least 7 or 8 of them were touched by the fist force and flew out without any suspense. By now, the only person left on the field was Ling Xiao, a 2nd Division life-sizer. The others were all 3rd Division life-seizers. In response to Jian Xiong's attack, Ling Xiao calmly raised his right hand. Although Jian Xiong's fist strike was fierce, it was clear that he had been holding back. He had only intended to send Yang Qi flying, not injure him. Therefore, Yang Qi wasn't going to hurt him. Besides, he had a favor to ask of the devil suppressors, so he wasn't going to use his sword just yet. It was as if a thunderstorm had suddenly stopped. Jian Xiong's fists were easily caught by Ling Xiao, and even the explosive lightning was extinguished. Ling Xiao hadn't used any martial techniques, and had only used ordinary attacks. As far as he was concerned, 3rd Division life-seizers weren't even worth mentioning. What? Jian Xiong was shocked. He wanted to break free from his fists, but it was to no avail. Ling Xiao smiled and pushed Jian Xiong aside. "Thank you for letting me win." Jian Xiong was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. He had mocked Ling Xiao at the beginning purely because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough and was wasting their time. But now, he definitely didn't dare to think that way. The middle-level general realm martial art, the Violent Thunder Fist, was blocked so easily by the other party. It was like a dream. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Jian Tianying murmured to himself. 3rd Division life-sizer Jian Xiong is said to be the most destructive of all the devil suppressors. I can't believe he was subdued so easily. He's too powerful. I didn't expect that after 200 years, such a monster would still appear. Jian Bai also shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the beginning, he had also underestimated Ling Xiao. In the following selection, no one went to find trouble with Ling Xiao. In the end, there were only 6 contestants left. "All right, 6 it is," Jian Tianying said. "There's no need to continue." The reason Jian Tianying had picked 5 was because he had never guessed that Ling Xiao, an outsider, would be joining them. Furthermore, he had never guessed that Ling Xiao would be this strong. "Let's go. There's no time to lose." Jian Tianying was anxious because he could sense that the devil dragon puppet was on the verge of awakening. There was no time to waste. Under Jian Tianying's lead, the 7 of them headed towards the 9th level. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, including several waves of demonlings. The first wave was 6 bloodthirsty grasshoppers, all of whom were in the first division of life-seizing. The second wave was 10 blackwater vipers, all of whom were in the first division of life-seizing. The third wave was comprised of 9 swordback bears, all of whom were in the third division of life-seizing. The fourth wave was even more terrifying. Although there was only 1 demonling, it was a 4th division life-seizing swordback bear king. By the 5th wave, there were 2 4th division life-seizers. Although they were only as strong as Eunuch Gao in terms of fighting prowess, they were still quite a headache to deal with. Thankfully, the 7 of them were all top experts, and the first 3 waves were easily dealt with. Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to make a move. By the 4th wave, Ling Xiao was finally able to show off his terrifying fighting prowess. In order to save time, he didn't hold back at all. After transforming, he destroyed the 4th division life-sizer demonling, which was as strong as Eunuch Gao. The other 6 contestants were completely speechless. Freak was the name they used to refer to Ling Xiao, so much so that they didn't even mention Ling Xiao's real name. By the 5th wave, Ling Xiao was even more monstrous than a freak in terms of fighting prowess. Using 2 swords at the same time, he destroyed 2 4th division life-seizing demonlings. It was simply too awesome. Before, some of them had doubted Ling Xiao's fighting prowess. But after these 2 battles, Ling Xiao's reputation as a leader grew. The other 6 didn't dare to disobey his orders. Even Jian Tianying had gradually retreated to the second line, with Ling Xiao as the core. Without Ling Xiao, they would never have been able to reach the 9th floor. But now, the door to the 9th floor was open for them. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the 9th floor, he caught sight of Jian Sakura, floating there in midair. Jian Luiying's forelimbs were bound by black threads. Her blood and energy flowed through the threads into the devil dragon puppet. By this point, Jian Sakura was extremely weak. "You bastard!" Ling Xiao said coldly. Sword light flickered in his hand, and the 4 black threads were severed. At the same time, Jian Sakura flew into his arms. However, even as he wrapped his arms around her, 4 black-garbed figures suddenly appeared from 4 different directions. All of the black-garbed men were at the peak of the 3rd division of life-seizing. And they had chosen the perfect moment to attack. It was the exact moment when Ling Xiao caught Jian Sakura, making it seem as if he couldn't attack. "Die!" The 4 of them simultaneously thrust out with their palms, sending a blast of black wind toward Ling Xiao. Whoosh! What they didn't expect was that Ling Xiao's figure would just disappear without a trace. He was completely out of their range of attack. Ling Xiao knelt down and popped a healing pill into Jian Sakura's mouth, then put her back into his beast ring. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Now that he had saved Jian Sakura, the next step was to destroy the devil dragon puppet. "Who are these black-garbed figures?" Ling Xiao asked Jian Tianying. "I'm not sure. I've never heard of them on the 9th floor before." Jian Tianying shook his head. "Could they be martial artists from the myriad kingdoms?" Ling Xiao thought. Perhaps these black-garbed figures were the martial artists from the myriad kingdoms who had been sent here to protect the soul of the devil dragon. They had been sent here by Dragon Mother. There was even a possibility that Lan Mimi had already joined Tado Lan's Dragon Mother, and became Dragon Mother's puppet to rule the Sword Dynasty. "And here I thought she was ambitious," Jian Tianying said. "Turns out she's just a puppet. How laughable." Chapter 32-32. "Oh? I never would have guessed that someone like you would be among the Devil Guardians." A 5th black-garbed figure appeared. Unlike the other 4, he was much stronger. Although he was gaunt and didn't seem powerful at all, his eyes shone with incomparably sharp light. "4th Division Life-Sizer?" Ling Xiao frowned. The demonlings from before were on the same level as Eunuch Gao, so he had no problems dealing with them. But this black-garbed figure was almost as strong as Dudu Xingjian. He was just a bit older. From this, he could basically determine that these people were from Wangua. With the current strength of Demon Dragon Sword Court, it was impossible for them to have such powerful warriors. "You know I'm a 4th Division life-sizer," the black-garbed figure said coldly. The leader of the men in black revealed a cold smile and said, "Put down that woman, break your own arms, and get out of here." "That's right," one of the black-garbed figures said. "You heard the leader, right? You dared to ruin our plans? You should be grateful that we let you live. Hurry up and hand over that little girl, then break your own arms." One of the black-garbed figures who had just attacked Ling Xiao chuckled darkly. "Are you martial artists from the Myriad Kingdoms?" Ling Xiao asked. "Oh? You guessed that? Well, it seems we won't be letting you leave alive today." The black-garbed leader frowned. "There's nothing we can do other than kill you." "I see." Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then turned to Jian Tianying. "The 6 of you, figure out a way to deal with the 4 black-garbed figures. At the same time, find the core of the devil dragon puppet and destroy it. Remember, we don't have much time. If you can't deal with the devil dragon puppet before it completes its transformation, run." "Understood." Jian Tianying didn't question Ling Xiao's words at all. As far as he was concerned, Ling Xiao was the savior of the devil guardians. Although saving Jian Luoying didn't seem like much help to them, that wasn't the case. Jian Luoying's blood could accelerate the transformation of the devil dragon puppet. Saving Jian Luoying was equivalent to buying time for the demon suppressors to escape. After all, they were not the only ones in the demon suppressor clan. Jian Xiong, Jian Bai, Jian Shishira, the 3 of you will deal with the 4 black-clothed men with me. Heavenly Sword Condor, Jian Foam, the 2 of you will be responsible for finding the core of the demonic dragon puppet and destroying it. With a command, Jian Tianying charged towards one of the black-robed men. Both were 3rd Division life-seizers, so it didn't take long for the fight to reach a stalemate. The battle between the other 3 was the same. It was almost impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. "Brat, looking around, do you want to die?" Suddenly, the black-robed leader's figure flashed, turning into dozens of afterimages in an instant as he charged at Ling Xiao. Each of the afterimages exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Secret technique, multiple shadow strike. As the black-clothed leader launched his attack, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded by dozens of black silhouettes. There was no way for him to escape. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest trace of panic. Instead, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. When he saw what had happened to Jian Tianying earlier, he had been filled with the desire to kill. Since this man wanted to keep them here, he might as well kill them all. Rumble! Dozens of afterimages slammed into Ling Xiao at the same time. However, to the black-clothed leader's shock, Ling Xiao wasn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, he was surrounded by a golden glow. As it turned out, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the Vajra God Ape. Ling Xiao wouldn't even bother to transform into the unbounded heavenly rat if he were weaker than Dugu Xingjian. Furthermore, he was now many times stronger than he had been when he had fought Dugu Xingjian. Although his cultivation base hadn't increased, his fighting prowess had increased dramatically. What the hell? The black-clothed leader's face turned very unsightly. His attack just now had not been weak, and yet Ling Xiao hadn't been hurt in the slightest. That made things difficult for him. But since he had already attacked, how could he possibly stop now? Besides, his opponent was only a 2nd Division life-sizer. What did he have to fear? Enraged, he began to emit black smoke that filled the air. "Be careful, it's poisonous," Ling Xiao warned, summoning his 9-snake General Martial Soul behind him. Of course, the 9-snake General Martial Soul was special when it came to dealing with toxic substances. One could see that wherever the black gas passed, even the hardest rocks would be completely corroded. It was no less effective than the great sage of poison's red venom. However, if that was all there was to it, it would not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. Consume. The 9-snake General Martial Spirit behind Ling Xiao's back suddenly enlarged. The 9 snake heads opened their mouths at the same time and sucked the poisonous fog away. The black-clothed leader was so frightened that he began to tremble in fear. Not good. This kid is the bane of all poisons. Just like the great sage of poison, the black-clothed leader had a weakness for poisons. However, although his cultivation base was higher than the great sage of poisons, his skill with poisons was far inferior. After suffering a loss this time, he immediately lost his confidence and turned around to flee. You think you can escape? 5 Ghosts Mystic Art, in Ghost. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, his hand forming a secret seal. A cloud of ghostly aura appeared in the darkness. Sharp claws instantly dug into the black-clothed leader's back. Crack! No! The black-clothed leader was quite powerful, but unfortunately, he had met his bane in Ling Xiao. As he fled, the Yin ghost ambushed him and crushed his heart. His body trembled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. He couldn't be any more dead. Leader! The other 4 black-clothed men were in the middle of a killing spree when their leader was suddenly killed by the most inconspicuous Ling Xiao. Losing control of their emotions, they began to panic. Jian Tianying and the others didn't let go of this golden opportunity. They took advantage of the situation to attack. They killed all 4 black-clothed men. It's too late. Have your men retreat. Go! Although saving Jian Luoying had slowed down the awakening of the demonic dragon puppet, Ling Xiao could sense that it was still recovering. However, the general trend was already irresistible. Helpless, he could only shout at Jian Tianying. Young master, follow us. Jian Tianying knew the way out. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the 6 of them out of the demonic dragon puppet. At this moment, the demonic dragon puppet outside had already taken shape. Its huge body was dozens of meters tall. The demonic dragon's body was pitch black and covered in sharp barbed scales. It was obvious that it wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hurry! Jian Fulong looked at the demonic dragon puppet nervously. Just a little bit more and the demonic dragon puppet would be fully formed. If Ling Xiao was still unable to escape at that moment, then it would really be over. Jian Fulong, don't look forward to it. The place where Jian Luoying was imprisoned has 4 sword saints and 1 sword god. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, it will take a lot of time. He won't be able to escape. Chapter 32-33. Who said I can't get out? Just as Lan Main proudly announced that Ling Xiao had completely disappeared from this world, Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically. However, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao! Everyone looked at the demonic dragon puppet that was gradually taking shape. Ling Zhao's group of 7 flew out of the demonic dragon puppet's mouth at almost the same time. This is impossible! What did you do to them? Lan Mimi was extremely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Killed them! Ling Xiao only said a simple sentence, then flew back to his own team with the other 6 people. Master, I'll leave senior sister Luoying in your care. Stay away. He led Jian Luoying out of the beast ring and handed her to Jian 18. Although the beast ring could hide people, the martial artist in the beast ring would be shaken as long as there was a battle. Back in the Ice Reverend's forbidden land, there was no other way. But now, he naturally had to create the best environment for Jian Luoying to rest. You really managed to save her. Jian Fulong was extremely shocked once again. It's all thanks to these people. Ling Xiao pointed at the 6 people behind him. Jian Tianying and the demon suppressor pay our respects to the demon lord. Because Jian Fulong's appearance had changed greatly, Jian Tianying took a long time to recognize him. He hurriedly knelt down and paid his respects. I didn't expect that after 200 years you guys would still hold on to your posts. Jian Fulong sighed. Now isn't the time to talk. That demonic dragon puppet is about to take shape. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at the demonic dragon puppet. The terrifying demonic dragon had already taken shape. Roar! Suddenly, the demonic dragon puppet let out a furious roar. The roar was like a shockwave that struck the ground. It wasn't just the spectators who suffered. Even the martial artists of the demonic dragon sword court were sent flying by the shockwave. In an instant, there were countless casualties. On Ling Xiao's side, he, Jian Fulong, the demon suppressor, and the other experts released their qi to form a powerful barrier that protected everyone behind them from the shockwave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sword 18 led Jian Luiying away from the fray. Once they were out of range of the demonic dragon golem's reach, they continued to observe the battle. Jian Fulong frowned and said, "I didn't expect that after 200 years, this demonic dragon puppet would actually become so terrifying after being modified by Lan Mimi. He's as strong as a 5th division life-sizer. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. All of you, retreat! I'll hold her off alone." The demon suppressors pledged their lives to suppress the demonic dragon puppet. Jian Tianying and the others said in unison, "Now is not the time to act on impulse. Preserve your lives and increase your strength. If you don't leave, even I will be implicated." Jian Fulong roared. "All right then." Jian Tianying and the others glanced at each other before turning around to search for the other demon suppressors. Falling Moon also flew towards Sword 18. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless. Jian Fulong looked at him but didn't say anything. He had seen how strong Ling Xiao was, and knew that he was stronger than him. Therefore, there was nothing to be worried about. Ling Xiao had his reasons for not leaving. He wasn't the type to flaunt his superiority, but he really wanted to see how strong this demonic dragon puppet was. If he got lucky, he might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base. "Sect Uncle," Jian Tianying said, "Lan Mimi is backed by the power of the myriad kingdoms. This demonic dragon puppet must have some special technology from that power. Let's not get too close," Ling Xiao said. "No wonder," Jian Fulong said. "So, Dragon Mother from the myriad kingdoms helped her. She's so strong that even Dugabatian is like a child compared to her." Jian Fulong frowned. "Ling Xiao," she said, "today, you'll be the first victim of this demonic dragon puppet." Lan Mimi's voice rang out. At that moment, she had actually disappeared. Only the demonic dragon puppet remained in the distance. "Are you an idiot? Didn't it kill so many people just now?" Ling Xiao saw a shocking scene with his Taiji eye. Lan Mimi had entered the body of the demonic dragon puppet. She was controlling the demonic dragon puppet. If that was the case, the only way to kill Lan Mimi was to destroy the demonic dragon puppet. Otherwise, it was useless to do anything. "Hee, you can say whatever you want. Today, you will definitely die." Lan Mimi's voice was filled with madness and brutality. The surviving warriors of the demonic dragon sword court were all sucked into the demonic dragon puppet for protection. Dugabatian also wanted to kill me, but you should have seen what happened to him. Ling Xiao stood against the wind. Even though his black hair was fluttering in the wind caused by the demonic dragon puppet's breath, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. "Dugabatian? How can that trash Dugabatian be compared to my demonic dragon puppet?" Lan Mimi was really arrogant now. Previously, she was like a grandson in front of Dugabatian. Now, even Dugabatian had become trash. It seemed that the demonic dragon puppet had given her an incomparable amount of confidence. "In my opinion, this demonic dragon puppet of yours is merely made of scrap metal. How far can you go with this toy?" Ling Xiao mocked. "That's none of your business. In any case, you must die today." At this point, the huge demonic dragon puppet opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black flames. Demonic dragon breath. The black flame destroyed everything in front of it, and crazily swept toward Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Demonic killing fist. At this moment, Jian Fulong let out an enraged bellow and blocked in front of Ling Xiao, sending a punch blasting out. The huge black fist forced the black flame back and sent it flying. "Jian Fulong, are you trying to stop me? What does that Ling Xiao have to do with you?" Lan Mimi's voice sounded again. "A life-saving grace is more important than heaven and earth," Jian Fulong said coldly. "Today, no matter what, I won't let you hurt him at all. Alright, since that's the case, I'll kill you too. After killing you, I'll go and destroy Dugabatian." This world will belong to me, Lan Mimi. Lan Mimi had gone completely crazy. With the demonic dragon puppet, she seemed to feel that she was invincible and had no scruples. As she spoke, the huge demonic dragon puppet suddenly flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. Every time its wings flapped, it would set off a terrifying gale. It was like a storm that even swept up the surrounding boulders. The martial artists who were watching the show had already retreated far away and were watching from afar. I'm afraid the Sword Dynasty is going to change. With this thing, even Duga Batian won't be a match for it. That's right. It's too powerful. How was this monster created? You'll have to ask those puppet masters in Shinji Continent. They are known as divine craftsmen. Their abilities are so powerful that it's suffocating. Chapter 32-34. It shouldn't be a problem for Ling Xiao to leave alive. After all, the demonic dragon puppet might be strong, but it shouldn't be as fast as Ling Xiao. But it's impossible for him to win. The demonic dragon puppet is going to wipe out the Sword Dynasty. As everyone was discussing, the huge demonic dragon puppet had already flown above Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong's heads. An extremely terrifying aura was released from the steel body. It's so strong. Just standing here makes it hard to breathe. Is a fifth-tier life-sizer really that strong? Ling Xiao's face brimmed with an excited smile. Lunatic! When people saw Ling Xiao's expression, they couldn't help but think of this nickname. It was as if this guy wasn't afraid of anything. He was always so calm. Devil Beauty, are you really going to fight me? In the end, Jian Fulong was still thinking about their past relationship as husband and wife. He wasn't willing to kill Lan Meimao. That's right. Since you want to protect Ling Xiao, I have to kill you. Devil Beauty's voice came from the demonic dragon puppet. There's no room for negotiation at all? There is. Unless you're willing to join forces with me to deal with Sword God Hall and kill Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Jian Fulong sighed. I can consider joining forces with you to deal with Sword God Hall, but killing Ling Xiao is out of the question. Then you can go to hell. Devil Beauty roared as she controlled the demonic dragon puppet to dive down. Before the puppet's terrifying body landed, the ground beneath it caved in. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind blew as the demonic dragon puppet swung its tail at Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight force with force. The puppet's attack power was too strong. It was at least 100 times stronger than the Duga Sage sword. If he did, even a king-class black tortoise divine body would be destroyed. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens! In that instant, Ling Xiao rose straight up into the air. He didn't look like he was asking for a beating at all. He just flew up like that. Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Phoenix soars the 9 skies? Has the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor joined your side? He even taught you such a technique. Lan Mei's main target was still Ling Xiao. Sword-subduing dragon was only brought along in passing. Hence, it was relatively easy for Jian Fulong to dodge the attack. Boom! The demonic dragon puppet's tail smashed into the ground, creating a huge fissure that was over 10 meters long. The scene was extremely shocking. The attack is very powerful, but it's a pity that it can't hit the target, so it's useless. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said indifferently. Don't run if you have the ability. You're like an annoying fly. Lan Meimao roared. What a joke. If you can use the demonic dragon puppet to increase your combat strength, why can't I escape? Ling Xiao mocked. His figure flickered in the air as he attempted to attack the demonic dragon puppet. The demonic dragon puppet's body was too big, so it was like a target for him to attack. However, none of the attacks were effective. Not only was the demonic dragon puppet incomparably tough, but it was also covered with a protective membrane that Ling Xiao couldn't pierce. At the same time, Jian Fulong also tried to attack it, but to no avail. In the face of such a terrifying entity, 2 peak 4th Division Life Seizers couldn't even break through its defenses. Sect Uncle, you should leave, Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why? Jian Fulong asked, frowning. Given your current strength, Sect Uncle, You can't possibly be a match for the demonic dragon puppet. But your true cultivation base is much stronger than it is now. Once you're back in the 5th division, you'll be able to fight it, Ling Xiao explained. But you… Although Jian Fulong felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to escape now. I'm fine. The demonic dragon puppet is strong, but it's just a puppet. It can't hurt me. Don't worry. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao wasn't a match for Jian Fulong. But in terms of survivability, Ling Xiao could say that he was number 1 in the Black Tortoise continent. Fine. I'll back up. But if you get into trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Finally agreeing, Jian Fulong turned and flew towards Sword 18th. Where do you think you're going? Lan Maydevil wasn't going to let Jian Fulong leave. If he didn't want to work with her, he would become her enemy. And if he recovered his cultivation base, she would be in deep trouble. Suddenly, an enormous fireball appeared in the demonic dragon puppet's mouth. It was black, more than 10 meters wide, and looked like a miniature sun. Then, it shot out from the demonic dragon puppet's mouth, igniting the air around it and filling the air with a charred odor. Your opponent is me, Ling Xiao said, transforming into his undying bird-beast soul form and taking the initiative to stand in the path of the fireball. Boom! A terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Ling Xiao was like an ant being pushed back by a huge fruit, continuously sliding backwards. After a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. The enormous black fireball had lost its temperature. On Ling Xiao's body, the flames burned even more fiercely. Cultivation C energy 100%! Ling Xiao was ecstatic. Finally, his energy had reached the peak. Next, he only needed a suitable opportunity to break through. Flames are ineffective? Seeing Ling Xiao safe and sound, Lan Maydevil finally thought of something special about Ling Xiao. Flames were ineffective. Poison was ineffective. Since that was the case, she would use physical attacks. Lan Maydevil didn't waste any more spiritual stones. She controlled the enormous demonic dragon puppet to pounce on Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Just as Lan Maydevil had expected, Ling Xiao didn't dare to take the physical attack head-on. He could only try his best to avoid it. At the same time, he transformed into his King Kong Ape Beast Soul form and released the Rock Devil protection. The opponent was too strong. If he was touched even slightly, he would be seriously injured. You little fly, do you only know how to dodge? In the control room, Lan Maydevil threw a large number of spiritual stones into the energy furnace. The demonic dragon puppet's speed was getting faster and faster. Its huge body was gradually catching up to Ling Xiao. Oh no, that demonic dragon puppet is getting faster and faster. Ling Xiao might be in danger. In the distance, Jian Fulong frowned and said, Ling Xiao relies on speed. Once it catches up to him, with his strength, he won't be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves from the demonic dragon puppet. Don't worry, that shouldn't be Ling Xiao's peak speed, Jian 18 said in a deep voice. Big brother, keep watching. Ling Xiao will bring you a bigger surprise. Ha ha ha, go to hell, go to hell. In 200 years, I've collected countless spiritual stones. It's enough to keep the demonic dragon puppet active for more than 10 years. It's enough to kill you. Aren't you very fast? Why can't you do it now? Lan Maydevil's crazy laughter came out of the demonic dragon puppet's mouth, which made people frown. She was now more and more grateful for the decision she made. If she hadn't cooperated with Wanghua's dragon mother, she was afraid that this demonic dragon puppet wouldn't have such powerful power. Chapter 32-35. In the past, Lan Maydevil had been a bit skeptical about spending so much time and effort on the Tao of puppetry. But now, she no longer doubted herself. He was too strong. She couldn't be more excited. If she had focused on cultivation, she wouldn't have been able to catch up to Dugubejian even if she had 200 years. But now, she could easily crush Dugubejian. This feeling was very pleasurable. Dugubejian was only in the 4th division of life seizing, but she could use the power of a 5th division life-sizer. Just the thought of it was exciting. But despite her excitement, she was also worried. Of course, she was worried about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was terrifying, and he was definitely 100 times stronger than Durgubajian. If she allowed him to live, she would be in trouble. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. She would end his path of martial arts on this day. She wasn't afraid of wasting time. After all, she had accumulated a lot of spirit stones over the years to control the devil dragon puppet. She had enough spirit stones to power the puppet for over 10 years. In that time, she would be able to destroy all of the enemies in the Sword Dynasty. When she stood at the top of the Sword Dynasty, she would be able to obtain even more spirit stones to continue the devil dragon puppet's valiant fighting strength. Speed? Do you really think you can outrun me? Just as the devil dragon puppet was about to catch up, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up. His entire body was like a beam of light. He had already entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The cosmic tiger beast soul appeared behind him as he entered the cosmic body state. Combined with the evasive soar light steps and the phoenix soars through 9 heavens, he was even faster than the devil dragon puppet. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Lan Mei Devil had assumed that she would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao after spending so many spirit stones to increase the puppet's speed. But who could have guessed that Ling Xiao could still increase his speed? It was simply bad luck. Of course, Ling Xiao was having a headache. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't hurt the puppet. All he could do was dodge. What was the point? It was just a waste of energy. At this moment, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. Seeing that the demonic dragon puppet was unable to catch up to Ling Xiao, Lan Meimao controlled the demonic dragon puppet to pounce towards Jian Fulong and the others. Let's see if you can save them! Lan Meimao sneered in her heart. She couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao, but could it be that she couldn't catch up to Jian Fulong, Jian 18, and Falling Moon? You've angered me! The expression in Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly changed, and an empty sky suddenly appeared behind him. Not only was his speed faster, but his strength had also soared in an instant. For a friend! For master! He did not hesitate to reveal his tyrannical martial spirit. Boom! Finally, Ling Xiao stood in front of the terrifying demonic dragon puppet. The sky demon's sword and demonic dragon sword in his hands had been replaced by the ice-revered sword. At this moment, he no longer thought about anything else. He only wanted to destroy this demonic dragon puppet. Rumble! The ice-revered sword and the demonic dragon puppet clashed directly. Lan Meimao was overjoyed. He thought to himself that his diversion tactic had succeeded. Although Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, compared to the demonic dragon puppet, the difference in attack power was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao was dead for sure if he dared to meet force with force. However, what happened next shocked Lan Mimi to the core. In this collision, Ling Xiao was indeed forced to retreat more than 10 meters. However, the huge demonic dragon puppet was also beaten to the point that it fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The tremors caused Lan Mei to feel dizzy. This scene had already made Jian Fulong and the others dumbfounded. That guy is still getting stronger? Lan Meimao was even more terrified. For a moment, she was so scared that she rolled and crawled on the ground. However, before the demonic dragon puppet could rise from the ground again, Ling Xiao had already launched another attack. The supreme ice sword in his hand condensed a terrifying slaughter sword essence. Behind him, a pitch-black universe appeared. This universe occupied the space between heaven and earth. Tyrannical 9 Dragons Poison Curse! 9 poisonous dragons came from the boundless universe, bringing with them an ancient aura as they pounced on the demonic dragon puppet. With the huge body of the demonic dragon puppet, it was impossible to dodge. This was because Lan Meimao, who was in charge of controlling the demonic dragon puppet, had not recovered yet. The terrifying tyrannical poison dragons all hit the huge body of the demonic dragon puppet. Bang! 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 9 poisonous dragons in a row, each hit the same spot. The protective membrane on the demonic dragon puppet's body was torn apart by the seventh poisonous dragon. The remaining 2 poisonous dragons hit the steel body directly. Caw caw caw! The demonic dragon puppet's body made a strange rubbing sound, and cracks appeared on its steel-like body. Its huge body was once again sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling on the ground. However, even so, Ling Xiao's brows were still tightly knitted together. Even though he had used the tyrannical martial soul, he was still unable to deal a fatal blow to the demonic dragon puppet. Those cracks were actually healing at an accelerated rate. Buzz! Suddenly, the demonic dragon puppet's eyes turned blood-red. Lan Meimo gave up on controlling it, and went into automatic combat mode. The demonic dragon puppet had originally been designed with 2 modes in mind. It was easier to control with human power. Automatic combat mode was likely to cause it to go berserk, but it would allow the demonic dragon puppet to explode with power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the demonic dragon puppet was right in front of Ling Xiao, its huge tail swinging toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hastily used the revered eye sword to block. However, he was still sent flying. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He had sustained internal injuries, and his face was pale. However, the injuries weren't very serious. The moment he unleashed the tyrannical martial soul, he was already strong enough to fight a 5th-stage life-sizer. However, it would be difficult for him to win. Crack! 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 The cracks on the demonic dragon puppet's body, which had been on the verge of healing, opened up again. The demonic dragon puppet, which had been going berserk, suddenly stopped moving. How could my sword wounds heal so easily? Ling Xiao stood there proudly, the revered eye sword in hand. He looked as mighty as a god of war. Just now, he had used the sword of Hex's strongest attack. Hex didn't just affect people, it affected puppets as well. Ling Xiao is so strong! I'm afraid he's already surpassed the Dugubatian. Falling Moon looked at Jian Fulong. Maybe it's some sort of divine ability. I can't say for sure. However, it seems that he still can't take down the demonic dragon puppet. It's too strong. Its defense, recovery, speed, and strength are all top tier. Chapter 32-36. Impossible! 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 Lan Maydevil looked at Ling Xiao, who had only spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. She had already unleashed the full power of the devil dragon puppet. She had allowed it to fight on its own. And yet, Ling Xiao had managed to block it. Impossible? Today, I'll make the impossible possible. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Everyone assumed that he would grow weaker as the battle went on. But that wasn't the case. He had plenty of healing pills at his disposal. At the very least, he was confident that he would be able to use enough to destroy the devil dragon puppet. Wait! Lan Maydevil suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked, his eyes cold as he looked at the devil dragon puppet. We can work together! Lan Maydevil knew that her devil dragon puppet couldn't kill Ling Xiao, and knew that it was impossible for her to kill Ling Xiao. That was why she wanted to work together with Ling Xiao. Don't you hate the Sword God Hall as well? Why don't we work together and divide the world? Wouldn't that be great? Lan Maydevil looked at Ling Xiao, convinced that her proposal was very attractive. Divide the world? You think you're worthy? Ling Xiao sneered, the revered eye sword in his hand rising with terrifying power. If a few 9 dragon poison curses weren't enough, then he would use 10. He refused to believe that he couldn't defeat a soulless puppet. Currently, he was in excellent condition. The devil dragon puppet could only use devil dragon's breath, and the rest were just ordinary attacks. A 5th stratum life-sizer like this wasn't much stronger than the peak 4th stratum life-sizer, Dugubajian. In fact, Ling Xiao had the feeling that Dugubajian would be able to defeat the puppet as well. Puppets were just puppets, after all. They fought instinctively, and had no brains at all. And if someone were to control them, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. With such a huge weakness, Ling Xiao felt that if he didn't try to defeat the puppet, what would he do if he faced an even stronger Dugabajian in the future? He had a feeling that if he saw Dugabajian again, that guy would probably be even stronger than before. Don't go overboard. You should already know about my relationship with the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother. If you kill me and destroy the demonic dragon puppet, Mother Dragon will never let you off, Lan Meima said coldly. Moreover, it won't be that easy for you to destroy this demonic dragon puppet. Could it be that you want to see both of us suffer and let the people of Heavenly Sword Hall benefit from it? Are you done talking nonsense? Ling Xiao sneered and finally launched an attack. This time, he still used the 9 Dragons Poison Curse. However, it was the 10-layered 9 Dragons Poison Curse. Frenzied attacks were unleashed, and the entire world was taken over by the gigantic poison dragon. Everyone watched this scene in horror. At this moment, in their hearts, Ling Xiao was no longer the first person under Dugabajian. Instead, he was the strongest person in the Sword Dynasty. They even felt that Ling Xiao was stronger than Dugabajian. No! Lan Meima watched helplessly as the poison dragons rushed towards the demonic dragon puppet. The only thing she could do was to throw a large number of spirit stones into the energy furnace and let the demonic dragon puppet block Ling Xiao's attack. However, doing so was futile. The energy furnace could only hold a limited number of mid-grade spirit stones. A large number of spirit stones could not be completely converted into energy in an instant. However, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. Once again, it penetrated the protective membrane and hit the cracks on the demonic dragon puppet's body. Then, it continued to bombard it. Bombardment. Bombardment again. Wrapped in a tyrannical power, it pierced through the demonic dragon puppet. Undying bird beast soul, undying bird immortal fire! An undying bird flew out from the tyrannical universe. It perfectly fused with Ling Xiao's body and charged towards the demonic dragon puppet. Within the crack, Ling Xiao's body ignited, releasing a resplendent immortal fire. The terrifying immortal fire continued to burn as the demonic dragon puppet madly twisted its body. However, even if it went up to the sky or down to the ground, the immortal fire continued to burn. After tossing and turning for half an hour, the demonic dragon puppet finally fell to the ground and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lan Meima and the people of the demonic dragon sword court had no chance to escape as they were burned alive within the demonic dragon puppet. Looking at the huge fire that filled the sky, Jian Wushuang softly sighed. Jian Fulong let out a soft sigh. Puppets are ultimately puppets. External powers are ultimately unable to replace the martial artist's own powers. Meimo sigh. You reap what you sow. Actually, he only had a little obsession with Lan Meima. As for true feelings, they were long gone. Seeing Lan Meima being burned to death by the immortal fire, his heart relaxed a lot. That trace of obsession finally disappeared completely. Ling Xiao walked out of the fire like an Asura, like a demon god. This scene was seen by countless people. Although the Tyrant Sky martial spirit has long been kept by Ling Xiao, countless people knew that Ling Xiao has a very terrifying martial spirit. However, the difference between the Tyrant Sky martial spirit and the Mountain River martial spirit is too great. Therefore, among the people present, no one thought of the Mountain River martial spirit. It is said that the Mountain River martial spirit once appeared in the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, since then, no one has ever seen it. After such a long time, the madness brought about by the Mountain River martial spirit has gradually subsided. Ling Xiao sometimes thinks too much. Actually, as long as he is careful, there are not many people who can see through the Mountain River martial spirit from the Tyrant Sky martial spirit. The Sword Dynasty is going to change, everyone said. Countless people sent the information to their organizations, sects, forces, and countries. If Ling Xiao defeated Duguxing Jian and confirmed his identity as the #1 genius of the Sword Dynasty. Since Ling Xiao had destroyed the demonic dragon puppet, Ling Xiao's status had once again risen to another level. It made him an existence above Duguxing Jian. Can the Sword Dynasty continue to exist? Perhaps the end of the Sword God Hall has arrived. Regardless of which side they supported, after watching the battle today, they all had the same thought. However, just as they were about to take a few more glances at the peerless youth, they realized that he and his companions had disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao lay on top of Jian Fulong. He was very tired, and the demonic dragon puppet had injured him. It was time for a good rest. Jian Fulong carried Sword Sakura on his back. Falling Moon led the way. The Demon Suppressor clan also followed behind. Naturally, they were heading to the Dragon Elephant tribe. The Dragon Elephant tribe had become the stronghold of the 8 Immortals' kingdom in the Sword Dynasty. A few days later, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Dragon Elephant tribe. By then, the events outside the Devil Dragon Sword Court had already spread throughout the world. Ling Xiao's image in the eyes of the Dragon Elephant tribe and the 8 Immortals' kingdom became even more mysterious. Not only did he defeat Duge Xingjian, but he also destroyed a 5th-stage life-sizer demonic dragon puppet. It was a miracle among miracles. Chapter 32-37. In the blink of an eye, the situation in the Sword Dynasty had changed. The Devil Dragon Sword Court, which had been in place for 200 years, had collapsed in a single night. Ling Xiao had completely destroyed their hopes of conquering the world. The Sword Dynasty had lost a 4th Division life-seizing crown prince, a heavy loss. Only the 8 Immortals' kingdom hadn't suffered any losses, and had even received help from an expert like Jian Fulong. It was as if the world had become a two-man show between the Sword God Hall and the 8 Immortals' kingdom. However, no one in the Dragon Mammoth tribe dared to relax. The Sword God Hall had ruled the Sword Dynasty for tens of thousands of years, and naturally had their own strengths. Furthermore, the patriarch of the Duge family, who had been hiding behind the scenes all this time, had yet to show himself. No one knew if he was dead or alive. If he was dead, that would be for the best. But if he was still alive, he would be a huge problem. Therefore, after returning to the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Jian Fulong began trying to recover his cultivation base. As long as he could recover his cultivation base, and with Ling Xiao in full power, they might be able to take on the Sword God Hall. That was the Dragon Mammoth tribe's current state of affairs. Of course, there would be no lack of celebratory banquets. After all, they couldn't afford to be nervous just because they were worried about their enemies. Ling Xiao's trip to Sword God's City and the Devil Dragon Sword Court had been a complete success. It would be unforgivable if they didn't celebrate. At the same time, the 8 Immortals' Kingdom's intelligence network was in full operation. Whether it was news from Sword God's City or other places, it was being sent to the Dragon Mammoth tribe's command center every day. Latest news! The various royals who were waiting in Sword God's City to attend King Carefree's wedding have mysteriously disappeared. Latest news! The God Devil Medallion has appeared. With the exception of the Sword Dynasty, the other dynasties have begun to fight for it. When Ling Xiao heard the first piece of news, he only frowned. He didn't know what Duge Beijian wanted to do with the disappearance of the royal families of the various countries. But the second piece of news was more interesting. The God Devil Medallion had appeared. Didn't that mean the God Devil emissaries had appeared? Ling Xiao couldn't sit still when he heard the news. Although it was important to unify the 9 paragons, it was impossible without power. Therefore, he had to get his hands on one of the God Devil Medallions. Just look at the countless people fighting for the Fiend God token. Although the Archean Divine Tomb was dangerous, it was also full of opportunities. Countless people were tirelessly fighting for it. They even killed each other. Of the God Devil Medallions, you, Jian Fulong said with a frown. Anyone who yearns for the path of the strongest martial arts will want to go. Ling Xiao replied. If you want to go to the primeval god necropolis and come back alive, you'll need to get stronger. At the very least, you'll need to be a 5th division life-sizer. I know, but time waits for no man. If I miss the opening of the immemorial divine tomb this time, I might have to wait for a long time. Ling Xiao's attitude was firm. He would do his best to improve his cultivation base, but he had to go to the God-Devil Emperor. Well, you're stubborn, so I won't say anything unnecessary. 200 years ago, the God-Devil medallions were sent to the Sword God Hall, the Devil-Dragon Sword Court, and the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. But now, the Devil-Dragon Sword Court is essentially destroyed, and the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace is part of the 8 Immortal Kingdoms. So I suspect that the 3 Divine Devil tokens this time will very likely be sent to the Sword God Hall. Jian Fulong analyzed the situation. The Sword God Hall? Is it possible that the God-Devil emissaries have already arrived in the Sword Dynasty, and left the medallions there? Is it possible that the God-Devil medallions haven't appeared in the Sword Dynasty because Dugu Bingjian doesn't want to announce it? Ling Xiao thought about it for a moment. That's definitely a possibility. Dugu Bingjian's greatest strength isn't his strength, but rather his brains. He definitely has other plans. Jian Fulong said. Maybe I have to make another trip to the Sword God City, Ling Xiao said with a frown. It seemed that this final battle was unavoidable no matter what. Not only did Dugu Bingjian have the remaining 9 Supremes catalog, but he also had the God-Devil medallion. The battle between him and Ling Xiao was definitely going to happen. If you want the God-Devil medallion, I will definitely help you with all my strength. It's said that the other side of the immemorial divine tomb nurtures the strongest forces of the 4 regions. Our 9 Supremes is just a barren land used by the 4 regions to exile prisoners. I really want to know what the 4 regions are like. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I hope that you can not only open the gates to the 4 regions, but also open up this demonic passage, Jian Fulong said with gritted teeth. In fact, many of the 9 Supremes' ancestors came from the 4 regions. The many stories they left behind recorded the beauty and strength of the 4 regions. This made their descendants yearn for such a place even more. Many of them even left their last wishes for their descendants to return to the 4 regions. For tens of thousands of years, many experts of the 9 Supremes had stepped into the immemorial divine tomb, but no one knew if anyone had really returned to the 4 regions. What was certain was that no one could open up this demonic passage and connect the 9 Supremes to the 4 regions. Jian Fulong really hoped that Ling Xiao could do it. This was because Ling Xiao had a special aura that could make people believe him. If I can do it, I will do it. Ling Xiao nodded. He wanted to unify the mystic world. If he couldn't even open up the passage between the 4 regions and the 9 Supremes, how could he rule the Black Tortoise continent? It was even more impossible for him to rule the mystic world. Although he was only an ant compared to the powerhouses of the 4 regions, he was still a powerhouse. His woman was in the most powerful palace of immortality. He had to go. He was never afraid. Experts also started as weaklings and climbed up step by step. He always believed that he, who had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, also had the talent to become the strongest. Wait for it, Sister Yuanu. Soon, I will come to find you. Ling Zhao's heart surged with passion and battle intent. Getting the Fiend God token was the first step. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up and said, Martial Uncle, you stay here. Xiao Jin and I will go to Sword God City. This time, we don't have to fight. Moreover, the 3 Fiend God tokens might not be in Dugu Beijian's hands. You can also wait here for news. Once there is news of the Fiend God token, we can split up. Alright, but you must be careful when you go to Sword God City. Although you didn't kill Dugu Beijian, he died because of you. Dugu Beijian won't let you go. You used the transformation technique last time, so he will definitely be on guard this time. Jian Fulong reminded. I know. Ling Xiao had considered all the difficulties, but knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went to the mountain. This was his character. Chapter 32-38. Reporting! Even as Ling Xiao was preparing to leave for Sword God City, an urgent voice rang out from outside. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Your Majesty, something has happened to Junior Chieftain Dragon Mammoth of the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Big Brother Dragon Mammoth? What happened to him? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Junior Chieftain Dragon Mammoth was just patrolling the area with a group of people when they were attacked by a mysterious person. Almost all of them were wiped out, and Junior Chieftain Dragon Mammoth was kidnapped. Xiang Fei was also taken away with him. Take me to the scene, Ling Xiao said, his brow furrowed. To be able to kidnap a second division life-sizer like Dragon Mammoth in the Dragon Mammoth tribe without leaving a trace indicated that this person was at least a fourth division life-sizer. Could it be Duga Beijian? Or Eunuch Gao? With that in mind, Ling Xiao led the group to the scene of the crime. It was a complete mess, and the Dragon Mammoth tribe members were in the middle of sorting through the corpses. There were over 1,000 corpses, all of them killed in the blink of an eye. All of the injuries were the same, as if they had been trampled by some enormous beast. It wasn't Duga Beijian. And it wasn't Eunuch Gao. Who could it be? Frowning, Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and began to investigate the scene. Although the person was being very careful, Yang Qi was still able to pick up some clues. Meanwhile, in a small city not too far away from the Dragon Mammoth tribe. You never would have guessed, did you, Dragon Mammoth? Standing in front of the bound Dragon Mammoth was none other than Xiang Fei. Are you crazy, Xiang Fei? He asked. You and I are brothers. How could you collude with outsiders over and over again? What exactly are you doing? Dragon Mammoth glared at Xiang Fei, his heart burning with rage. Back when he had let Xiang Fei go, he had assumed that he would turn over a new leaf. Who could have guessed that he would refuse to change? And now, he had betrayed him, telling someone about the route and time of his patrol, which had led to his capture. Otherwise, even a 4th Division life-sizer would have had enough time to send out a distress signal. Dragon Mammoth. Oh, Dragon Mammoth. Do you know what your biggest weakness? It was just that he was too sentimental. It's my luck that I survived. It has nothing to do with you. Xiang Fei sneered. Just you wait. This time, with the support of the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother and the Myriad Kingdom Dragonesque Elephant Tribe, I, Xiang Fei, will definitely ascend to the throne of the Dragonesque Elephant Tribe. Idiot, if you want to be the clan leader, I can give you the position, but how can you listen to the words of those crazy and vicious people? Don't forget, how did the Dragon Elephant clan of Tato Land treat us back then? How did our mother die? Long Xiang roared. Pa! Xiang Fei raised his whip and lashed it on Longxiang's body. How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die? The Longxiang clan of Wangua is the master. We're just rebels. Now that the main family is willing to take us in again, what's wrong with that? Lord Xiangshan has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Xiang Fei hurriedly put down his whip and knelt on the ground. The door opened. To be exact, it was the cell door that was opened. A young man entered, looking to be in his 20s. As he approached, Xiang Fei didn't even dare to raise his head. In fact, he looked like a dog that couldn't breathe. When did you learn to be as obedient as Xiang Fei, Dragonesque? Xiangshan said, looking coldly at Dragonesque Elephant. Then he smiled. You know how strong I am. If you don't stop me, the consequences will be dire. Bah! Dragonesque Elephant spat. I'm not a coward like Xiang Fei. You want to kill me? You want me dead? You want me dead? Spitting out a mouthful of bloody spit, Dragon Mammoth said. You're only in the 5th Division of Life Seizing, right? My brother, Ling Xiao, just killed a 5th Division life-sizer Devil Dragon Golem. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of the Sword Dynasty. Humph! You're still so stubborn, Xiangshan said disdainfully. You think a piece of trash puppet can compare to me? If you weren't afraid, why did you run away? According to you, destroying the Dragonesque Elephant tribe would be as easy as lifting a hand. Dragonesque Elephant sneered. In response to Dragonesque Elephant's words, Xiangshan's expression darkened. Dragonesque Elephant had hit the nail on the head. Xiangshan really was afraid of the legendary Ling Xiao. After all, he couldn't afford to lose. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for what happens next. I heard that you have the most outstanding martial soul of the Dragonesque Elephant tribe, the king of Dragonesque Mammoths. It just so happens that I'm not very satisfied with my martial soul. It's simply a waste to leave such a good martial soul in your body. Xiang Fei, get ready to take him to Sword God City. They have the best doctors there who can perform the most perfect martial soul transplant. Oh, right. Once you take this dragonesque elephant's martial soul, you can turn him into a puppet. It'll be fun to see brothers fighting each other on the battlefield. Xiang Shan laughed heartily, feeling proud and excited at his brilliant idea. Sword God City. News of the battle outside the Devil Dragon Sword Court spread far and wide. Sword God Hall was in a gloomy mood. Ling Xiao had just wreaked havoc in Sword God City, destroyed the bloodthirsty Sword Sepulchre, and rescued countless experts right in front of Dugu Batian. Who would have thought that after leaving Sword God City, he would go straight to the Devil Dragon Sword Court and cripple Dugu Batian in front of so many people? Dugu Batian had been killed by the dragonesque puppet. Of course, that wasn't shocking enough. Even more shocking was the fact that Ling Xiao had actually killed the dragonesque puppet, which was as strong as a 5th division life-sizer. They had once believed that Dugu Batian was invincible. They had once believed that Dugu Batian was the most talented. But Ling Xiao's appearance completely changed all of this. Not only had he destroyed Dugu Batian's reputation as the #1 genius, but he had also used his terrifying strength to suppress Dugu Batian's reputation. Compared to Ling Xiao's dazzling halo, everything seemed dim and dull. Sword God Hall was no longer as impressive as before. Rebellions had broken out everywhere, and the flames of war were spreading. However, it wasn't the army of the Sword Dynasty that went to suppress them, but rather, the joined army of the 8 Immortals Kingdom and the dragonesque Mammoth tribe. Sword God Hall's territory was being invaded, but Dugu Batian didn't do anything. This caused many people to be extremely puzzled. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Palace, a figure slowly approached. "Greetings, Crown Princess." Eunuch Gao looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and bowed. "Where is His Majesty?" the Crown Princess asked. After the battle outside the Devil Dragon Sword Court, Dugu Batian had died, but she had escaped and returned to Sword God City. However, she didn't look sad at all. Instead, she looked excited. It was almost as if something good was about to happen. "His Majesty is waiting for you in the main hall. Please follow me, Crown Princess." Eunuch Gao opened the door and walked in. Chapter 32-39. The door to the main hall was closed again. Eunuch Gao looked inside and then closed his eyes. See no evil, hear no evil. That was the principle he had lived by for many years. It was the only way he could live longer. "You still have the face to come back?" Dugu Batian sat there on his throne, looking as domineering as ever, as if the death of his son, Dugu Xingjian, hadn't changed at all. He looked coldly at the Crown Princess below and asked coldly, "Why can't I come back?" She said with a smile. "Back when the Ice Dynasty was in chaos, the imperial family was slaughtered, and you fled to the Sword Dynasty, where I took you in. In fact, I married you to Dugu Xingjian. You would have been the mother of all under heaven, and might even have had a chance to take back the position of Empress. But you just watched as the Crown Prince was killed, and did nothing." Dugu Batian's voice was filled with viciousness. "Tell me, Murong Qi, what exactly are you thinking?" The Murong clan had once been the imperial family of the Ice Dynasty, but had been usurped, and the Murong clan had been virtually wiped out. Murong Qi was probably the only member of the Murong imperial clan who had managed to survive. "I like you, not Dugu Xingjian," Murong Qi said coolly. "As far as I'm concerned, Dugu Xingjian is a piece of trash. But you're different. You're the only one who can help me restore my dynasty. What's the point of saying all that now?" Dugu Batian said with a sigh. "You're his wife. How could I possibly take away his future wife? You still haven't explained why you didn't do anything. Even if he's a piece of trash, you shouldn't have just watched him die." "That's where you're wrong," Murong Qi said. "Everything happened too quickly, and I did try to help him. Sadly, I didn't succeed. By the time the dragon devil puppet pulled him into the void, it was too late. Murongchi also sighed. Considering how strong you are, you could definitely kill Ling Xiao and get revenge for my son. Murongchi nodded. Do you really think that's possible? That Ling Xiao killed a 5th Division life-seizing devil dragon puppet. I've been working hard all this time, and am now at the peak of the 5th Division. He didn't want to fight a battle that he had no confidence in. What's more, the people of Tadoland are there. If they find out and tell the people of Ice Dynasty, do you think I can still live? Although my talent is outstanding, the Ice Dynasty is filled with experts, unlike the Sword Dynasty, which is trash. I don't want to be killed before I've grown up. Dugabajian fell silent. Although Murongchi's words were unreasonable, it was very reasonable. His son had already died, and he didn't want to lose Murongchi. Helplessly shaking his head, he said, "What do you plan to do next?" "Get the Fiend God token and go to the immemorial divine tomb. Only there can I surpass them and become stronger, even surpassing the warriors of the Ice Dynasty. Otherwise, if I continue to stay in the Sword Dynasty, I will definitely have no hope of turning things around." Murongchi replied. "You know how dangerous that place is. There are countless treasures, resources, and opportunities. However, the people who went there usually had a slim chance of survival. Only a handful of them actually made it back alive." Dugabajian frowned. However, those that survived were all exceptional talents. The reason why the Ice Dynasty had such a change back then was because there were people that returned alive from the immemorial divine tomb and became incomparably powerful. Murongchi's eyes flashed with determination. "It seems there's no point in trying to persuade you. However, you should know that other than the Sword Dynasty, none of the 9 paragons are weak. They're all terrifying giants. Peak 5th stage life-seizing? In the eyes of others, they're nothing but trash." Dugabajian chuckled coldly. "But if you're determined to go, then come with me. The Sword Dynasty only has 3 Fiend God tokens, but that should be enough for the 2 of us." "You have the Fiend God tokens?" Murongchi asked. "How could that be?" Dugabajian said with a wry smile. "Why do you think I haven't sent troops to the Dragon Mammoth tribe? Is it really because I'm afraid of Ling Xiao? No. That's not it. The Fiend God and Fiend God envoys showed up, and told me that the situation in the Sword Dynasty has changed. Therefore, they've set up a fighting ring for the 3 Fiend God tokens." "When?" Murongchi asked. "In a month, the Fiend God and Fiend God envoys will release the energy of the Fiend God envoys. When that happens, the Sword Dynasty will have a location with a Taiji symbol." Dugabajian added. "All right. Got it." Murongchi nodded, then turned and left. After all these years of lying low, she had finally reached the 5th stage of life-seizing. No matter what, she had to get the Fiend God tokens and enter the primeval god necropolis. The Dragon Mammoth tribe. "How's the investigation going?" Ling Xiao asked, looking at Wolfhead, the captain of the Sharp Blade Special Forces. "Reporting to the Emperor, there are already clues. Just 3 days ago, a group of strangers appeared in a small city about 10 miles away from the Dragon Elephant tribe. They were very domineering, and as soon as they arrived, they occupied the city magistrate's mansion and killed the city magistrate. Someone saw that one of them had left the small town today and returned later, but there seemed to be 2 more people with him," Wolfhead reported. "Map," Ling Xiao said coldly. As far as he was concerned, the Dragon Mammoth tribe was like a brother to him. Therefore, if someone dared to kidnap him, then that meant they had something to do with Ling Xiao. He didn't care who they were, or where they came from. He had to save them. "This is the place." Wolfhead pointed at a small town on the map. "Sect Uncle, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll be right back." Now that he knew where the Dragon Mammoth tribe was being held, he had no choice but to fly there. "Why don't we just surround the town? It's our territory now," Haim Myeonkeo suggested. "No. That would alert the enemy." Ling Xiao shook his head. "I'll go alone. If I run into any trouble, I'll contact you. When it comes to staying alive, No one in the world can compare to me. All right. You must be careful, Emperor. Ling Xiao nodded and stepped out of the command center. He rose into the air like a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, flying in the direction of the small city. Brother Dragon Mammoth, wait for me. No matter who it is, I'll let him taste the price of death this time. Ling Zhao's eyes were full of killing intent. The person who kidnapped the Dragon Mammoth tribe was extremely ruthless. He only hoped that the Dragon Mammoth tribe hadn't been killed yet. Otherwise, even if he killed all of them, it would be of no use. For Ling Xiao, the distance of 5 kilometers was covered in an instant. When he arrived near the small town, he landed and walked towards the small town. At this moment, the town had become a ghost town. Chapter 3240. Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Wangua territory? The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the small city, more than a dozen martial artists suddenly appeared. These people were clearly the garrison of the Sword Dynasty in the small city. Later, they surrendered to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Who would have thought that they would surrender to the Wangua today? The people of the Wangua were really arrogant. They came to the Sword Dynasty and casually occupied a city and said that it was the territory of the Wangua. They were powerful and didn't need to be reasoned with. 8 Immortals' Kingdom's Emperor Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hide his identity. He was here to save people. The sooner the other party knew, the sooner he could see the person in question. Ling Xiao! Hearing that the person who came was actually Ling Xiao, those martial artists threw down their weapons and turned to run. They were originally a group of good-for-nothings. Today they surrendered to this and tomorrow they would surrender to that. There was no loyalty to speak of. Ling Xiao sneered and blasted out a palm. The monstrous poison spread among the crowd. In the blink of an eye, those people were all poisoned to death. If these people were just people who surrendered to the Wangua, he wouldn't be so ruthless. But the hundreds of thousands of people in this small city were all gone. Although they might not necessarily be dead, they definitely encountered something terrible. These martial artists actually helped the people of the Wangua to harm their own people. Ling Xiao couldn't tolerate it. After killing those martial artists, he walked straight to the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion, there were still sentries. Except here, the other places were lifeless. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to talk nonsense. He directly blasted open the gate of the city lord's mansion and killed the sentries. Not to mention that he was in a very bad mood now. Even if he was in a good mood, it was absolutely impossible to let go of these fickle trash who harmed his own people. In the city lord's mansion, the security was even stricter. As soon as Ling Xiao entered, he was surrounded. Xiang Fei walked out triumphantly and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Lord Xiangshan had long expected that you would come to save people, so he set up a heavy ambush here early in the morning. You can come today, but don't think about going back alive. With just you and this trash? Ling Xiao looked at Xiang Fei mockingly. Of course not. Xiang Fei opened up a path and a person walked out from inside. This person held a broadsword in his hand, and the skin on his face was like the bark of a withered tree. A 5th division life-sizer? It seems weaker than the demonic dragon puppet. Ling Xiao frowned. What was going on these days? 5th division life-sizers were worthless? The demonic dragon puppet was still acceptable, but this fellow was clearly a martial artist. Wangwu Qin De Dao, that person said coldly. Report your name. Chen Dedao? You're not Xiangshan? Ling Xiao was even more shocked. The myriad kingdoms definitely deserved to be called a major power. They were far more powerful than the Sword Dynasty, with 5th division life-seizers everywhere they went. Lord Xiangshan is not someone a nobody like you can meet. He has already brought Long Xiang to Sword God City. Chen Dedao said coldly. Why are they going to Sword God City? Ling Xiao asked. You know about martial soul transplants, right? Lord Xiangshan is interested in Long Xiang's King of Dracomammoth's martial soul, so he's going to Sword God City for a transplant. Xiang Fei chuckled. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao was starting to get nervous. It seemed he had to get this over with as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to dawdle. With Long Xiang in imminent danger, he unleashed his martial soul of tyrants. At the same time, he transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul and charged toward Chen Dedeo with lightning speed. Chen Dedeo could never have guessed that Ling Xiao would be so direct. Although he was in a hurry, he didn't panic much. He retreated a few meters and then slashed down with the saber in his hand. The revered ice sword slammed into Chen Dedeo's broadsword, sending shockwaves out in all directions. Everyone in the area was in for a bad time. Only Xiang Fei was smart enough to hide behind Chen Dedeo and avoid the shockwaves. Everyone else was instantly reduced to nothing but ash. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from Ling Xiao's spirit ring, piercing through Chen Dedeo's body. The intense heat caused a gaping hole to appear in Chen Dedeo's body. It was Little Gold. When Ling Xiao saw Little Gold, he couldn't have been happier. Little Gold glowed with golden light, and was clearly much stronger than before. Ever since he had devoured the artificial red sun in the bloodthirsty sword mound, he had been in a state of cultivation. Now that he was awake, his battle prowess was at the peak of the 5th division of the life-seizing level. How could Chen Dedeo possibly have dodged his sneak attack? No! How could trash from the Sword Dynasty be so strong? Chen Dedeo couldn't believe that he had died so easily at the hands of trash from the Sword Dynasty. Didn't they say that the Sword Dynasty didn't have any powerful experts? Didn't they say that they could act like tyrants here? So, it was all a lie. A majestic 5th division life-sizer, slumped to the ground, never to rise again. Seeing this scene, Xiang Fei immediately knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao! Don't kill me! I'm trash! I'm scum! I beg of you! Nobody feared death, and Xiang Fei was no exception. His arrogance stemmed from the fact that he was backed by a powerful expert. But if Little Gold could kill a 5th division life-sizer with a single move, then what did he have to rely on? Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to waste words with him. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his 4-leaf devil eyes. Who's Xiang Shan? Is he really from the Myriad Kingdoms? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The exalted Xiang Shan is from the Dracomamoth tribe, and is at the peak of the 5th division of the life-seizing level. Although, to the Dracomamoth tribe, that doesn't count for much. The Dragon Mother of the Myriad Kingdoms is the chief of the Dracomamoth tribe, and the Empress of the Myriad Kingdoms. Xiang Fei's response was very detailed. Once Ling Xiao used a soul search on him, all he had to do was give Ling Xiao a lead, and Xiang Fei would tell him everything he knew. You can go die now, Ling Xiao said coldly. Last time, the Dracomamoth had begged for mercy, and Xiang Fei had been spared. But this time, no matter what, Xiang Fei had to die. Even as the words left his mouth, Xiang Fei grabbed a sword off the ground and slit his own throat. Even still, Ling Xiao couldn't vent his anger. Burning Xiang Fei to ash, he hopped onto Little Gold's back and sped off in the direction of Sword God City. If the Dracomammoths had their martial souls extracted, they would either die or become mentally disabled. Therefore, no matter what, Yang Qi had to get them out before that happened. If gods got in his way, he would kill gods. If Buddhas got in his way, he would kill Buddhas. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast, but even though the two of them hurried, they still didn't manage to catch up to that so-called Elephant Mountain. Now that they were in Sword God City, Ling Xiao didn't need to sneak around like last time. Instead, he went straight to the chief of the city guard and asked about the situation. Don't tell me you're talking about that expert over there? All of a sudden, a terrifying aura filled the air, and a shadowy figure appeared off in the distance. Chapter 3241. That's him, Ling Xiao said. Although he didn't recognize Mammoth Mountain, he recognized Dragon Mammoth. Now that Dragon Mammoth was being held hostage, there was no need to ask who he was. Ling Xiao was just about to make a move when he sensed a powerful aura from the Imperial Palace. Dugubejian had appeared. Ling Xiao frowned, then reined in his aura and waited for the right moment to strike. Most likely, Dugubejian was a 5th Division life-sizer. And Mammoth Mountain was also in the 5th Division. If Ling Xiao were to charge out now, he would be caught in a pincer attack from both of them. That wouldn't be worth it. Since Dragon Mammoth wasn't in any immediate danger, Yang Qi decided to observe the situation. If things went south, then he would make his move. So you're Emperor Dugubejian of the Sword Dynasty? Mammoth Mountain said, looking down at Dugubejian with complete disdain. Dugubejian hovered there in midair, his face cold and emotionless. His eyes were filled with cunning and intelligence. He had ruled the Sword Dynasty for hundreds of years, and no one had ever succeeded in wresting control from him. Whether it was in terms of strength or scheming, he was terrifying. Who are you, sire? Dugubejian asked coolly. You don't need to know, Mammoth Mountain said coolly. Just give up your position and submit to me. Mammoth Mountain's arrogance was beyond imagination. The experts in Sword God City were all discussing the situation, and were convinced that this man was even more arrogant than Ling Xiao had been in the past. He actually dared to make Dugubejian hand over the position of emperor? You must be joking, sire, Mammoth Mountain said. The Sword Dynasty has existed for 10,000 years. There's a reason why it exists. Not even Dragon Mother of the Myriad Kingdoms would dare to force me to abdicate. You're far too arrogant. Dugubejian looked disdainfully at Mammoth Mountain. Truth be told, he could tell that Mammoth Mountain was from the Dracomamoth clan. Bullshit like that might work on a kid, but it won't work on me, Mammoth Mountain. Mammoth Mountain laughed heartily. For generations, the Myriad Kingdoms had told their descendants that the Sword Dynasty was weak enough to be bullied and humiliated. But that didn't mean they shouldn't try to take it for themselves. Unless there was a change in their own ranks. However, Xiang Shan did not believe such a warning at all. He felt that those old fellows were too stubborn and useless. I still have to believe the words of the elderly. Dugubejian said indifferently. We will definitely not give the throne to you. However, if you want something else, we might be able to give it to you on account of the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother. Even if he knelt down and begged for mercy now, he wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Because the people of Sword Dynasty knew how terrifying the other 8 great powers were, their emperor was nothing in the eyes of others. If the other party only wanted something, he wouldn't mind giving it to the other party. After all, it was better to make a friend than to have more enemies. After all, the immemorial divine tomb was about to open soon, and he had to focus on that. I want everything else, but I need the throne even more. Xiang Shan did not back down. Xiang Shan was really overbearing. He thought that he could disregard the martial artists of Sword Dynasty just because he came from Wan country. Even if he asked Dugubejian to kneel, Dugubejian would probably agree. However, giving up the throne was out of the question. That was Dugubejian's bottom line. So you're saying you're going to take it by force? Dugubejian said, his eyes flickering with terrifying killing intent. After all, Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong had caused a huge ruckus in Sword God City. Dugubejian's reputation had been severely damaged. That day, he had been on the verge of a breakthrough, and hadn't wanted to interrupt his cultivation. But now that he had, and Xiang Shan didn't know what was good for him, he had no choice but to play along. So what if I take it by force? I'd advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you give up the throne, I'll let you serve me, and you'll still be rich and powerful. But if you insist on making an enemy of me, then don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. Xiang Shan chuckled coldly. Vicious and merciless? Go ahead and try. You're just a 5th Division life-sizer. Do you really think you can cause trouble in Sword Dynasty? If Xiang Shan had been a 6th Division life-sizer, Dugubejian wouldn't have dared to fight him head-on. But he was only a 5th Division life-sizer. What did he have to fear? Dugubejian's dragon robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His bloodthirsty demon sword glowed with blood-red light. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. Good! Very good! I never would have guessed that the Emperor of Sword Dynasty would be such a tough nut to crack. How dare you challenge the might of the sacred dynasty of all kingdoms? Since that's the case, I guess I'll just have to kill you and take your throne. Maybe you want to take the God-Devil Medallion and head to the primeval god necropolis. But let me tell you, you have no chance. Those 3 medallions are only for those who are loyal to me. Xiang Shan casually tossed the Dracomamoth out of the way. Someone jumped out of the crowd and caught it. Ling Xiao saw what was happening, and realized that the person who caught the Dracomamoth was an expert on the same level as Chindideo. He was also a 5th division life-sizer, although he was only in the early 5th division. Someone like that could be easily killed by Xiao Jin. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He wanted to wait for the 2 of them to begin fighting, and then make his move. Finally, Dugubejian made the first move. He waved his bloodthirsty demon sword, sending out a terrifying beam of sword energy. It was none other than the monarch Hegemon's sword. The sword chi filled the air, but Dugubejian did not stop there. At the same time, he also pounced out, moving side by side with the sword chi towards Xiangshan. Do it, Xiao Jin! Ling Xiao knew that his chance had come, so he summoned Xiao Jin. In that moment, no one realized what the dazzling golden light represented. Mammoth Mountain didn't know. Only now did he realize that Dugubejian wasn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, he had no choice but to throw himself into the fight. Boss, he's back! Xiao Jin said, flying back with Dracomamoth in hand. Ling Xiao placed him in his spirit ring, but didn't leave. Mammoth Mountain versus Dugubejian. This was a rare fight between 2 experts, and both were his enemies. Therefore, he wanted to see how strong they were. Mammoth Mountain easily dodged Dugubejian's attack. Following that, the battle between the 2 quickly entered a stalemate. Up in the air, 2 figures, one yellow and one blue, could be seen flickering. Cultivators under the life-seizing level didn't have enough eyesight to see what was going on. And yet, Ling Xiao could easily see them. Of course, he had to admit that, even if he used his heaven-dominating martial soul, he still wouldn't be a match for them. Unless he made a breakthrough. But that was exactly the kind of opponent he liked. They couldn't kill him easily, but he could always make breakthroughs as he fought them. I really can't wait to give this a try. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of such powerful opponents. In fact, he was excited. Chapter 3242. Do you understand now, Mammoth Mountain? Considering how strong you are, there's no way you can surpass the Sword Dynasty. If we keep fighting, we'll both end up injured, and neither of us will have the upper hand. But this is my Sword Dynasty, and you'll end up worse off than me. The more Dugubatian fought, the fiercer he got. After all, he was much older than Mammoth Mountain, and was a wily old fox. The longer this went on, the worse off Mammoth Mountain would be. Of course, Dugubatian knew that if he wanted to defeat Mammoth Mountain, he would have to be seriously injured. He didn't want Ling Xiao and the others to take advantage of the situation. So what do you want? Mammoth Mountain asked, frowning. He had assumed that the strongest person in the Sword Dynasty was only in the 4th division of life-seizing. But now, he realized that Dugubatian was in the 5th division of life-seizing. Furthermore, his fighting prowess was no weaker than Mammoth Mountain's. I've said it before. Whatever you want, we can discuss. Other than the throne, anything else is fine, Dugubatian said. Can I have the God-Devil Medallion? Mammoth Mountain asked. Of course, Dugubatian replied. The Sword Dynasty has 3 God-Devil Medallions. One for me, one for you, and one for my daughter-in-law. Look, Mammoth Mountain. Boss, Little Gold said. It looks like those 2 bastards are going to join forces. Don't worry. An alliance like that is built for the sake of profit. It'll only take a moment for it to fall apart. Besides, so what if they join forces? With you and me here, they can't do anything. Besides, they're focused on the God-Devil Medallion, and won't be interested in attacking the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Ling Xiao shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the two figures. Apparently, Mammoth Mountain was convinced by Dugubatian's words. Fine, he said. Give me the God Devil medallion, and help me get a martial soul transplant. Then I'll leave. That won't do. I don't have the God Devil medallion, Dugubatian explained. The God Devil emissaries haven't given it out yet. Instead, they're planning to hold a competition in the Sword Dynasty. Whoever is strong enough will take the medallion. Dugubatian. After all this time, you were F*King lying to me? Xiang Shan was completely infuriated. He felt that he had been fooled by Dugubatian and was instantly enraged. Dragon Elephant Transformation, Dragon Elephant Divine Fist! With a thunderous roar, Xiang Shan transformed into his draconic elephant battle form. His body abruptly enlarged as he blasted out a punch. It was as though an ancient draconic elephant had collided with each other. The might of his punch was extremely shocking. The terrifying fist print had already covered half of the sky. Bloodthirsty swordsmanship, kill! The bloodthirsty swordsmanship, a medium general realm martial art, was a unique skill that Dugubatian had spent hundreds of years on. Together with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, its power was even comparable to a high-level general-level martial technique. When he executed it, half of the sky turned blood red. A huge blood sword pierced towards Elephant Mountain. A roar exploded in the sky. The buildings in Sword God's city continued to collapse. This terrifying attack really seemed like the end of the world. Countless civilians began to flee the city. This Dugubatian doesn't care about the civilians at all. I can't believe he's starting a fight in Sword God's city. He really isn't fit to be an emperor. Ling Xiao frowned as he followed the fleeing crowd. After all, he could clearly see what was going on from the outside. He had to admit that Dugubatian was far stronger than that piece of trash Duguxingjian. Duguxingjian had a sage body, but no heart of a powerful expert. It was truly lamentable. Dugubatian was different. After all, he had only just broken through to the 5th division of life seizing. And yet, he was able to go toe-to-toe with Elephant Mountain, who was at the peak of the 5th division. That alone was worthy of admiration. Unfortunately, Dugubatian was an enemy. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have liked to be friends with him. The clash between the two didn't result in a clear victor. Both of them were injured, but not seriously. I'm warning you one last time. Get the hell out of Sword God's city, otherwise I won't show any mercy, Dugubatian said, clearly starting to get impatient. You're just the emperor of a puny little sword dynasty. What can you possibly do to me? If we keep fighting, you won't have as much true energy left as I do. You'll be the one to lose. Of course, Elephant Mountain wasn't going to back down. He had come from all the kingdoms for the God Devil Medallion and the throne of the Sword Dynasty. Dragon Mother had given him orders to do so. If he couldn't accomplish them, how could he possibly have the face to report back to her? Since you're so stubborn, I guess you can just die. Dugubatian took a deep breath, causing terrifying power to erupt from his bloodthirsty devil's sword. It was filled with an aura of death and resentment. Even from 1,000 meters away, the terrifying aura was enough to cause anyone to tremble in fear. By this point, Sword God's city was virtually empty. Everyone, including the imperial family, had already left. The city was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. In a battle between two 5th Division life seizers, not even sword gods or sword sages would be able to put up much of a fight. Now I understand why Dugubatian killed so many people, and why he built the bloodthirsty sword mound. Ling Yao's brow was furrowed. Although the terrifying battlefield didn't strike fear into him, it did strike fear into his heart. What's going on, boss? Little Jean asked. That bloodthirsty devil sword is filled with the vengeful souls and resentment of countless people, Dugubatian explained. I can't believe Dugubatian is using the power of death. That guy is crazy, Ling Xiao explained. He's using the dead to get stronger, Little Jean said, shocked. That's right, Dugubatian said. That bloodthirsty devil sword is different from when it was in the bloodthirsty sword mound. Not only is it filled with blood energy, but it's also filled with an aura of death. Ling Xiao nodded. I'm afraid Mammoth Mountain is going to die beyond the shadow of a doubt. Dugubajian is strong enough to fight Mammoth Mountain to a standstill. If he uses the power of death in his bloodthirsty devil sword, he'll surpass Mammoth Mountain in battle prowess, and be close to the 6th division of life seizing. It didn't take long for his speculations to become reality. By this point, Dugubajian's skin had turned completely red. He looked like a monster. Don't tell me he's turned himself into a blood devil? Little Jean could sense the terrifying aura radiating off of Dugubajian. That should be the case, Dugubajian said. He's a human, and he's been absorbing the power of death for hundreds of years. His body wouldn't be able to handle it. He'd have to turn himself into a monster. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth as he realized that Dugubajian really was willing to do anything to get stronger. Prepare to die, Mammoth Mountain from the myriad kingdoms. Dugubajian's voice became strange. It was thick and filled with a terrifying and gloomy aura. I can only use a tiny bit of the power of the bloodthirsty devil sword. But it's more than enough to kill you. Are you really that confident? Chapter 32-43. Do you think you can kill me like this? Xiang Shan was not afraid of Dugubajian, who had used the power of the dead. Instead, he transformed into a huge dracophant, emitting an ancient aura. Of course, I originally planned to use these things in the immemorial divine tomb. Now that I've used them on you, it can be considered as testing their power. Dugubajian sneered. As they spoke, the battle erupted again. After using the power of the dead, Dugubajian's strength skyrocketed, and he began to suppress Xiang Shan in all aspects. Although Xiang Shan's dracophant's combat strength had increased, it was still lacking compared to the power of the dead. Originally, the two of them were evenly matched, but now, Dugubajian had the upper hand. Xiang Shan's situation was getting worse and worse. If not for the dracophant's thick skin, he would have been seriously injured. Is this considered cheating? Xiao Jin smiled bitterly and said, It's impossible for this power to have no side effects. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. Indeed, there are no side effects. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, If there is one, it's because Dugubajian has refined his body into a blood demon body. He can't use many human martial skills. Moreover, the power of the dead consumes a lot of physical strength. He won't be able to maintain this crazy state for long. So that's how it is. Xiao Jin looked at the battle again. Just as Ling Xiao had analyzed, Dugubajian was eager to end the battle because the power of the dead consumed too much of his body. Die! 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 Dugubajian roared. His originally calm face became incomparably serious. Blood-red light constantly flashed on his body, and there were even black dead souls trying to escape from his body. It could be seen that his strength had skyrocketed, but he had to spend a lot of energy to suppress those dead souls. Damn it! Let's see how long you can last! Xiang Shan was not a weakling. At this point, he could only go all out. It was impossible to escape. Once he did, he would give his back to his opponent and become a target. He could only fight now. Ling Xiao watched the battle excitedly. Suddenly, he frowned. Golden Dragon Seal! Dugubajian is going to use the Golden Dragon Seal! Back then, he had only learned of the existence of the Golden Dragon Seal, a high-level general martial technique, from Jian Fulong. Unlike the bloodthirsty swordsmanship, whose power was close to that of a high-level general realm martial technique, this was a genuine high-level general realm martial technique. If Xiang Shan is hit by this move, he will definitely die. Ling Xiao could feel how terrifying the Golden Dragon Seal was. At this moment, a large amount of true yuan gushed out of Dugubajian's body. It turned into a dazzling golden light. The golden light gradually condensed into the shape of a golden dragon in the sky. Die, Xiang Shan, let this Golden Dragon Seal end your life. Roar! The golden dragon let out a resonant dragon roar and pounced towards Xiang Shan. In that instant, the weather changed. The entire Sword Master City was enveloped in golden light. Ling Xiao knew very well that he couldn't block such a powerful attack. Even if he activated all of his defensive skills, it would still be useless. Unless he used Life Rewind, he would definitely die. This move was too powerful. Not only did it use all of Dugubejian's strength, but it also used the power of the dead. How could Xiang Shan block it? Damn it, how can this guy be so powerful? Xiang Shan's expression changed drastically when he saw the huge golden dragon pouncing towards him. He really regretted it now. It was unwise to make an enemy out of Dugubejian without understanding him. However, he couldn't admit defeat just like that. He was a martial artist of the 10,000 countries Dragonesque Elephant clan. How could he lose to a useless emperor of the Sword Dynasty? Dragonesque Elephant Divine Fist, 800 Dragonesque Elephants. As he roared, Dragonesque Elephant also used all of his true yuan in this attack. A terrifying gale whistled violently around his body. He punched out with both fists. Between heaven and earth, 800 huge Dragonesque Elephant phantoms appeared and pounced towards Dugubejian's golden dragon. No matter what, he had to tear this golden dragon apart. Otherwise, if that terrifying power bombarded his body, he would definitely die. Dugubejian's martial technique was a high-level general realm martial technique. Xiang Shan's martial technique was also a high-level general realm martial technique. From this, one could see the decline of the Sword Dynasty. In the entire Sword Dynasty, only the Emperor knew a high-level general realm martial technique. And in the 10,000 countries, any martial artist with a little talent could cultivate a high-level general realm martial technique. 800 Dragonesque Elephants collided with the golden dragon seal in the sky. A stalemate. Golden light and white light constantly devoured each other and cancelled each other out. But one had to admit that Dugubejian, who had the power of the dead, was still too powerful. Even though their martial technique levels were the same, his golden dragon was still constantly devouring those Dragonesque elephants. However, the power of a high-level general realm martial technique could not be underestimated. Xiang Shan crazily attacked, wanting to see who would exhaust who to death first. What Dugubejian was most afraid of was the consumption of the power of the dead. And Xiang Shan's continuous Dragonesque Elephant Divine Fist was constantly consuming his true yuan. Whichever side couldn't withstand it first would be the side that would be defeated. Boss, who do you think will lose? Xiao Jin asked. If this goes on, the first one to lose will definitely be Dugubejian. His consumption is too great. Ling Xiao said, but if I were Dugubejian, I would absorb more power of the dead at all costs and strive to take down Xiang Shan in one fell swoop. Before his voice fell, Dugubejian seemed to be connected with his mind. Sure enough, he absorbed more power of the dead from the bloodthirsty demonic sword. At that moment, black threads appeared on the golden dragon's body. The power of the golden dragon also soared several times in an instant. Boom! Xiang Shan finally couldn't resist and was sent flying by the terrifying power. And this was because of the 800 Dragonesque elephants. If he had been hit directly, even he would have been beaten half to death at this moment. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. If there are no accidents, Dugubejian will definitely win. Ling Xiao sighed. On the path of martial arts, to reach the peak, one's lifespan was indispensable. Generally speaking, most martial artists who had not reincarnated had a lifespan of less than 200 years, unless they had consumed special pills or treasures. And after that, every time they reincarnated, their lifespan would increase by 200 years. In other words, a first transition martial artist actually had a lifespan of about 400 years. A martial artist who had gone through 10 reincarnations could live up to more than 2,000 years. Dugubejian had already lived for more than 300 years, and his lifespan was basically coming to an end. So there was nothing he could be afraid of. He wanted to go to the immemorial divine tomb to break through his strength as soon as possible and then strive to live longer. Rumor had it that once a martial artist cultivated to the reincarnation divine realm, their life would stop aging until the next reincarnation. Chapter 32-44. Dugubajian wanted to break through to the reincarnation god realm as soon as possible, so that he could have an ageless body. Of course, there were conditions. If a martial artist couldn't break through to the next level, not only would they begin to age, but they would also age faster. It was as if the magical laws of heaven and earth were there to push a martial artist to become stronger, rather than being stuck in the same old rut. Mammoth Mountain was still struggling, but he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Stubbornly resisting is useless. You came all the way to the Sword Dynasty. Do you think the people here are easy to bully? Unfortunately, you're wrong. Very wrong! Dugubajian's cold voice echoed through the air. The golden dragon smashed through all of the Dracomamoth projections, then slammed into Mammoth Mountain. Ling Xiao chuckled at the sight of Mammoth Mountain. All of a sudden, he thought of Wang Quan. Back then, Wang Quan Tianming had gone to the Eight Immortals' kingdom and even destroyed the Eight Immortals' city, wanting to kill him. But in the end, Ling Xiao had killed him with the Black Devil. Sometimes, in the mystic world, even a lion might not be able to defeat a rabbit. After all, the rabbit might have some secret magic that could turn itself into a ferocious monster. Mammoth Mountain was pitiful, but Ling Xiao didn't think he deserved to die. He was a complete idiot. He didn't even know Dugubajian's background, yet he was so aggressive that he wanted to steal the throne. Now he was an idiot. Dragon Mother, save me! Xiang Shan let out a mournful cry before he died. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come here to die. Rumble! The golden dragon tore through Mammoth Mountain's body, and he transformed into a rain of blood that rained down on Sword God's city. 3 fifth-stage life seizers from the myriad kingdoms had thought they could control the Sword Dynasty. In the end, 2 of them were killed by Little Gold, and 1 by Dugubajian. They didn't even cause a ripple before they were gone. The sight of Mammoth Mountain's death caused everyone in Sword God's city to cheer. The only reason they could live in Sword God's city was because they were related to the imperial family. If they didn't support Dugubajian, who would they support? Dugubajian slowly withdrew the power of the dead. At this moment, his complexion was deathly pale. Clearly, he had overexerted himself. If it had been any later, the one who would have died would not have been Xiang Shan, but him. Boss, should we take this opportunity to kill this old thing? Xiao Jin asked. You hide, and I'll take action. Because I don't know who's behind Dugubajian, I'll choose to run if there's any danger. It's best if you don't come out. The legendary ancestor doesn't exist at all. Let's work together to kill Dugubajian. Ling Xiao was very cautious, especially when he saw Xiang Shan being killed by Dugubajian. He understood one thing. When it came to forces that he didn't understand, it was best not to expose himself if he could. Since the other party has a trump card, you have to have even more trump cards. Otherwise, the odds are against you. After the 2 of them came to an agreement, Ling Xiao suddenly soared into the sky. Without another word, he took out the ice-revered sword and charged over. Dugubajian was recuperating when he suddenly felt a powerful aura break through the air. Startled, he assumed that Xiang Shan wasn't dead. But then, he realized that it was Ling Xiao. It's you, Dugubajian said, breathing a sigh of relief. Although Ling Xiao was incredibly talented, and had even destroyed a devil dragon puppet, rumors were just rumors. How could he possibly compare to a true 5th division life-sizer like Xiang Shan? That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao immediately entered the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation state and released all of his other beast souls. He used his strongest state aside from the Sky Tyrant martial soul to fight Dugubajian. Do you want to follow in Xiang Shan's footsteps? Dugubajian asked angrily. At the moment, he was very weak, and Ling Xiao had chosen to attack him at the wrong time. All he could do was threaten Dugubajian with words. But how could Ling Xiao possibly be scared? Dugubajian had no choice but to dodge, and his body was already riddled with wounds. Your Majesty, we're here to help you. Eunuch Gao and the other ministers of the Sword Dynasty flew up into the air, hoping to stop Ling Xiao and give Dugubajian a chance to recover. You pieces of trash. Dugubajian said. Other than eunuch Gao, none of you are even close to being my match. Ling Xiao blurred into motion. Not bothering to fight, he used the evading sword light steps to evade them, then stabbed his sword into Dugubajian's abdomen. Blood sprayed out. Dugubajian howled in agony. He couldn't control the bloodthirsty demon's sword in his hand. A large amount of undead power surged out of the bloodthirsty demon's sword and poured into Dugubajian's body. In that moment, Dugubajian's body grew larger, and his previously blood-red skin turned a greenish-black. He seemed to have lost consciousness, and yet, he was terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, a palm slapped toward him. It moved so quickly that not even Ling Xiao's evading sword light steps could evade it. He had no choice but to block with his sword. Bam! The palm slapped Dugubajian, sending him crashing into the ground of the Imperial City. The martial artists in Sword God City applauded. However, before the experts up in the air could even mock Ling Xiao, they sensed that something was wrong. The terrifying slap was like swatting a mosquito, swatting towards them. Among the crowd, only eunuch Gao managed to escape. The rest were all smashed into meat patties. Are you alright, boss? Something's wrong with Dugubajian. Little Gold asked from within the spirit ring. Something's wrong. Before, he was the one controlling the bloodthirsty demon's sword. But now, it's the sword that's controlling him. He's completely lost his mind. He's turned into a monster. Ling Xiao crawled to his feet, feeling as if several of his ribs had been broken. However, he didn't seem to be in the least bit of a bad mood. Because with this slap, he actually broke through. He was now in the third stage of the life-seizing level. Earlier, he had been accumulating power in his sea of cultivation, and had been missing an opportunity like this. Who could have guessed that he would break through like this? He really had to thank Dugubajian. Do you still want to fight, boss? Little Gold asked. Of course I do. This guy might have lost his mind, but his fighting prowess has skyrocketed. He's perfect for a sparring partner. Ling Xiao looked excitedly at the monster that was 7 to 8 meters tall. It was clearly a human, but it was shaped like a sphere. Let's see what a first cycle life-sizer can do. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and once again flew up into the air. Earlier, when the monster had slapped him, he hadn't been able to evade. But now that he had broken through, things were different. He could sense that his speed, strength, and perception had all improved. Now, when the monster's palm slapped him, he could react in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32:45. You've turned yourself into an idiot by trying to use forbidden power, haven't you? After reaching the third stage of the life-seizing level, Ling Yao's fighting prowess had skyrocketed. Even if he had to face the monster that had sent him flying with a single slap, he would be able to handle it with ease. The revered eye sword in his hand was like a scalpel, constantly slicing the monster in front of him. However, the monster seemed to be affected by the power of the revenants. Even when it was sliced open, the wounds would heal in an instant. It was practically immortal. However, Ling Xiao noticed one thing. Every time he attacked, a bit of revenant power would escape from the wound, but instead of returning to the bloodthirsty demon's sword, it would disappear into the sky. Most likely, it would go to paradise. Rumor had it that when evil people died, they would go to the underworld. When ordinary people and good people died, they would go to paradise. When devils became devils, they would go to the devil world. When immortals became immortals, they would go to the immortal world. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know if the rumor was true or not. All he knew was that the souls had transformed into white light and disappeared. The revenant power had also disappeared. Ling Xiao was certain that if this continued, the monster Dugubajian had transformed into would soon collapse. However, at that very moment, something strange happened. Ling Xiao suddenly retreated a few hundred meters, looking in the direction of the Imperial Palace in horror. There, a huge shadow crawled out from the ground. Its entire body seemed to be flowing with boiling lava. It was a bizarre sight. It looked very human, but it was so huge that it was at least a dozen meters tall. His eyes were burning with magma-like flames. "You disappoint me, Dugabatian." The monster spoke in the human tongue. Then it opened its mouth and inhaled. Large amounts of revenant power flew into its mouth. Dugabatian quickly returned to normal, but he was clearly weak. "Patriarch, you've finally awakened!" Dugabatian said excitedly. "It took me hundreds of years to awaken you. Our sword dynasty is saved. So, are you going to make a final contribution to me?" The huge monster absorbed almost all of Dugabajian's undead energy, and said coldly. Ling Xiao originally thought that he was going to face an attack, but he didn't expect things to develop in a strange direction. Thus, he retreated to the side and observed the situation. "Old ancestor, feel free to instruct me. As long as it's something you need, I'll definitely do it," Dugabajian said. "Ha ha ha, that's for the best. I want your body. Are you willing to give it to me?" The giant monster laughed maniacally. Hearing this, Dugabajian's expression changed greatly. "Ancestor, are you joking? If it weren't for me, you would have died hundreds of years ago. You wouldn't have been able to wake up. So what? Are you asking me to be grateful to you?" The monster sneered. "As a junior of the Sword Dynasty, you should give everything you have. What's more, once this old man has taken over your body, I can use your body to rule the entire Sword Empire, even the forces of the Nine Supremes, which are much stronger than you. You should be able to rest in peace." "No! I don't want to die. I don't want it." Dugabajian's expression changed greatly. He had always thought that he had taken every conceivable possibility into account. However, he had never expected that the old ancestor whom he had always carefully protected and whom he thought to be his greatest backer would instead become his most terrifying enemy. "That's not up to you," the monster sneered. Then, the giant body turned into a black smoke and pounced at Dugabajian. Dugabajian was already very weak, so he couldn't resist the black smoke at all. "No! Even if I have to self-destruct, I won't give my body to you." Dugabajian roared furiously as he resisted. But it was to no avail. The black smoke continued to pour into his body. At this moment, another person flew over from the sky. It was the Crown Princess, Murongqi. "Murongqi, save me. This old thing is just a soul now. As long as we work together, we can kill him." Dugabajian roared as if he had seen his savior. "Work together with you? Why? With your strength, when will you be able to help my Murong clan restore the country?" Murongqi looked coldly at Dugabajian and said, "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years. Therefore, I won't kill you, but it's impossible for me to save you. You ungrateful bitch. If it wasn't for me, you would have died under the Ice Dynasty's pursuit. You actually betrayed me now." Dugabajian's heart turned cold. He didn't know what he had done wrong. The old ancestor that he had carefully protected wanted to take over his body. The Crown Princess Murongqi that he had protected and nurtured actually watched him die without saving him. He was truly in despair. "Your Majesty, this old servant will save you." Most of the cultivators who were originally loyal to Dugabajian looked at this scene in horror, not daring to do anything. Only the castrated eunuch Gao turned out to be a loyal and righteous person. He knew that he was no match for the monster, but he wasn't willing to stand by and watch. Ling Xiao really admired this old eunuch. No one would hate such a loyal person. "Are you looking to die?" Crown Princess Murongqi blurred into motion, appearing directly in front of eunuch Gao. Glaring coldly at him, she said, "Get the hell out of here, or die." As of this moment, Ling Xiao realized that the Crown Princess Murongqi had been putting on an act outside of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Her true strength was most likely in the 5th division of the life-seizing level. In other words, she was far more terrifying than Dugabajian. Ignoring Murongqi's threat, eunuch Gao swung his horsetail whisk and attacked. In the end, he was like a moth drawn to a flame. Murongqi was far stronger than he was. With a single palm strike she sent him flying. Most likely, he wasn't going to survive. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to see such a loyal person die. Blurring into motion, he appeared behind Eunuch Gao and supported him. Eunuch Gao had assumed that Ling Xiao was going to take advantage of the situation to kill him. But to his surprise, not only did Ling Xiao not kill him, he even gave him a healing pill. Why? Your loyalty is admirable, Yang Qi said coolly. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Moreover, there isn't much enmity between you and me. We're just enemies. Please, I beg of you. Save His Majesty. You're the only one who can save him, Eunuch Gao cried. That's impossible, Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. I can save you, but don't even think about saving Dugubejian. Yang Qi wasn't the type of person to be overly compassionate. He knew exactly what kind of person Dugubejian was. Although he was pitiful, he knew that it was just a dog-eat-dog situation. It didn't matter who died, it would only benefit Yang Qi. Ling Xiao, Eunuch Gao said. If you save me, I'll give you all of this country. Chapter 3246. Jiangshan? There's no need for you to send me, I'll come and get it myself, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Idiot, you're not a match for Murongqi. Once this old monster obtains my body, your dragon-elephant tribe will be finished. Dugubejian roared. Won't my dragon-elephant tribe be finished if I save you? You're just about the same, Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Don't waste your energy. You can continue messing around. I'll be leaving first. Wait. Dugubejian suddenly shouted and threw the bloodthirsty demon sword at Ling Xiao. Since you're not willing to save me, then avenge me. Ling Xiao caught the bloodthirsty demon's sword and said with a smile. Avenge you? I'm not that kind. However, I'll definitely kill this old monster. He's so ungrateful that he won't even let his own family off. This kind of person is a scourge to keep. That's enough. Ha 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 ha, Dugu Kenjing. I'll be leaving first. However, so what if you have my body? You'll die sooner or later. I'll wait for that day. Dugubejian knew that he was finished, but even so, he didn't want Dugu Kenjing to have an easy time. However, it was ironic that he had to place all his hopes on Ling Xiao. It was truly laughable. Don't worry, after taking your body, this old man will naturally kill him as well. Dugu Kenjing suddenly sped up the process of possession. The terrifying black smoke made Dugubejian unable to speak anymore. Ling Xiao glanced at Eunuch Gao. Let's go together or you'll die. No, take this with you. It's something that His Majesty asked me to keep. Since His Majesty is counting on you to take revenge, it's fine to give it to you. I've followed His Majesty for hundreds of years. If His Majesty dies, I'll go with him. Eunuch Gao shook his head and said with a firm tone. All right. Although it was a pity, Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't stay here. Once Dugu Kenjing took over Dugubejian's body, no one knew how powerful he would become. Therefore, Ling Xiao really had to leave. Can you leave? Murongqi blocked Ling Xiao's way. You can't stop me. Ling Xiao put away the bloodthirsty demon's sword. It was better not to use that thing for the time being, because no one knew what side effects it would have. As for what Eunuch Gao had given him, it was the 9 Supremes catalog from Dugubejian and the advanced general-level martial art technique, Golden Dragon Seal. He glanced at it and was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain all these things at the same time by chance today? He was content. After putting away the items, he stabbed out with his sword. His target was Murongqi. At first, Murongqi didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. However, only when Ling Xiao's sword was right in front of her did she realize to her horror that she was unable to block this sword and had no choice but to dodge. Ling Xiao did not continue fighting. He executed sword light steps and instantly disappeared into the distance. Not long after he left, the black smoke finally disappeared completely. Dugubejian had his hands behind his back as he looked down coldly. From today onwards I, Dugu Kenjing, am the Emperor of the Sword Dynasty. It wasn't until this voice sounded that everyone finally understood that Dugabajian was dead. Or rather, only a shell was left. His soul had been destroyed. Although the person standing there looked exactly the same as Dugabajian, it was another person. The entire Sword God city was dead silent. Countless people hated the ungrateful Dugakenjing. They hated the ungrateful Murongchi. However, at this moment, they only felt fear. Emperor? Bah! Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. It was Eunuch Gao. I didn't expect that the only man in Sword God City who looks like a man is actually a man who isn't a man. Dugakenjing looked at Eunuch Gao and smiled. You are very loyal. I like it very much. You will follow me and serve me in the future. I have served the Hegemon Sword Emperor for hundreds of years. How can I submit to the person who killed him? Eunuch Gao said coldly. Even in the face of the powerful Dugakenjing, he was still fearless. Ha ha! I know you are loyal, but Dugabajian is already dead. Why are you so stubborn? Follow me and you might have a chance to take revenge. Dugakenjing smiled. Revenge? No! I have already handed the matter of revenge to the Emperor of the Eight Immortals nation, Ling Xiao. Although he is an enemy, he is more trustworthy than you. Although he is an enemy, I have to admit that he is talented. It won't be long before you and that woman are dead. Eunuch Gao said coldly. Is that Ling Xiao? Humph, men, lock this old eunuch up. I want him to witness the extinguishment of hope with his own eyes. I want him to see Ling Xiao being killed with his own eyes. Dugakenjing sneered and shouted sternly. Murongchi took action to restrain Eunuch Gao. The group of experts who were originally loyal to Dugabajian swung forward and held Eunuch Gao down. Throw him into the prison. Don't let him commit suicide. I want him to be in complete despair. Dugakenjing said indifferently. Your Majesty is wise. Countless people knelt down and swore allegiance to Dugakenjing. In the distance, Ling Xiao, who had restrained his aura, sighed and said, It's a pity that there is only one man in Sword God City. This Dugakenjing is even more inhumane than Dugabajian. If he becomes the emperor, the Sword Dynasty will be done for. Looks like we have to speed up the process. Boss, what should we do next? Xiao Jin asked. Next, I have to tame the bloodthirsty demon sword and cultivate the golden dragon seal. Although I have obtained the 9 Supremes catalog, I still lack the key to the myriad countries' earthen path, so I still can't cultivate the 9 Supremes sword technique. However, the golden dragon seal is enough for now. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, Dugabajian said that the 2 envoys are going to hold a Fiend God tea party for the experts of the Sword Dynasty to compete for the Fiend God token. Boss, are you going? Xiao Jin asked again. Of course, there are only 3 Fiend God tokens in the Sword Dynasty. We can't let those guys take them away. Ling Xiao nodded. The 2 of you, don't even think about going anywhere. You will die here today. Suddenly, Dugabajian's voice sounded. Ling Xiao knew that trouble was coming. The one who had occupied Dugabajian's body was Dugakenjing. How could that old thing be so fast? And how did he find out about him? These questions were difficult to answer, but Ling Xiao knew that they were in trouble. However, he still maintained his calm. With Xiao Jin as his trump card and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he might not be afraid of Dugakenjing. Haha, isn't this the new emperor, Dugakenjing? Why are you not staying in your palace? What are you doing here? Ling Xiao smiled and instantly entered the peerless heavenly mouse beast spirit transformation state. However, he still did not let Xiao Jin show himself. Kid, stop playing dumb. Hand over the bloodthirsty demon sword and the golden dragon seal, as well as the 9 Supremes catalog on Dugabajian. This old man can spare your life. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.